Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and welcome to Chapter 2 of Seekers of the Sun, the first fully recorded long-form Enclave storyline. I have three fine players who I know and love, and who, if you've been watching the YouTube channel, you will have seen all of them at some point as well. In the order that you joined, so Connor, Tomash, Mary, would you mind briefly introducing yourself, and then we'll go back through that same order afterwards and do your characters. Fire away, Connor.
Sure. Hi, I'm Connor. Yeah.
And Tomash.
And I am Tomash.
And I'm Mary May.
And you've been pranked.
And I just got pranked.
And now your characters. Connor, tell us about Karanis.
Is a
Oh, you completely died there for me. Well, when he catches up from brutal lag, we'll ask him to tell us a little more about Karanis. Here. While that is working out, okay, I think we got a bit of a catch-up. There we go, Connor. Sorry.
Yeah.
Cut off
Oh,
literally all
sorry.
of that. You went robot.
No. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So Karanis, he is a Thane. He is stylized as a medieval knight. He's about 6'2", stock build. He has his warhorse Phoenix, who is basically his total partner in crime there, and his cat Redfist.
Excellent. And now, Vitus.
Alright, I'm going to be playing Vitus, who is an old and confused wizard and a fan of birds. He usually stumbles into situations not knowing how he got there and somehow solves them, so we're gonna see what happens today.
And lastly, from this very coherent team.
Yeah, we're doomed. I'm gonna be playing Avanya, who is 15 and borderline insane. She's an inventor. She is a giant robot. And yeah.
Of note, every character on this mission has a companion-type gear piece. And also of note, 2 of the 3 here have been to the Questing Realms before. What is the Questing Realms? Well, the Questing Realms is the setting of the Seekers of the Sun. It is a classic high medieval, low fantasy setting where knights bond with intelligent hybrid animals. And the great enemy of the realm is a chimeric creature that ruled it for several hundred years. The Seekers of the Sun themselves are a group of 4 who have been sent west on an impossible errand to chart beyond the outer edges of the Questing Realm to try to find a mysterious ally hinted at by the realm's enemies in the south. You guys are going to be joining them at the second point that an Enclave squad has assisted them beyond in their journey in a place called the Outer Threshold. This is the very furthest west area of the Questing Realms. It is almost entirely unmapped. And unlike the rest of the realms, which is full of these intelligent hybrid animals who tend to be very cooperative with humans, the hybrid animals of the Outer Threshold are extremely dangerous. The hybrid animals of the Questing Realms are called farers, but these more feral ones are typically just called wildfarers. And it turns out that not only are wildfarers still quite intelligent, they are insanely territorial and will attack almost anyone who enters their home, even if you didn't know it was there. Now, of note, this is quite relevant because the Seekers of the Sun have had to go through many wildfarer territories unintentionally as they have traveled west. And they have just gotten caught. Reason being is in the middle of the night when they set down camp, they didn't know that they had set camp in a wildfarer's territory. And they were set upon in the middle of the night, and several of them were dragged off. Those, to give a brief summary of the Seekers of the Sun, you have Dame Xela, the knight who leads the squad. Her farer is a big white snake named Tallow, and she is a classic lancer. Then you have Sir Falstaff. He is from the Threshold and is much more grim. He's a seasoned tracker and mains a bow. He has a knight who is an egret hippogriff, and her name is Gurley. Falstaff is one of the Seekers who has been captured. Next, although his mount has not been, though she is hurt and is absolutely beside herself at having lost him. Next, you have Sir Shackle, the most junior member of the Seekers. His mount is a moth. Unusually, it is not a very big moth, and as such, it's not really usable as a mount, but it's still his bonded farer. He is by far and away the most junior member. The Seekers of the Sun is the first errand he has been sent on. He's eager to prove himself. Of note, he is your one able-bodied ally because Dame Xela is injured from the first Seekers of the Sun mission. And then lastly, you have Lady Ethel, the one member of the group who is not a knight. She is an aspiring court mage who has also been captured. Your goal is to recover the captured Seekers, to find where they have been dragged off to in the outer threshold by this wild farer, and recover them alive. However, all of the Seekers are ready to die. They know that this is a very dangerous errand, and they are ready and willing to sacrifice themselves for the cause. The one who may not die is Lady Ethel. Her skills as a court mage are literally essential for the errand to succeed, so technically, your only mission is to recover her. However, losing a quarter of the entire group would be crippling. At this still relatively early stage of the mission, the Seekers have been traveling for just under a month at this point. Questions? Sick. That was a pretty good... I'm happy with that.
I feel like there definitely should be questions, but I can't come up with any.
Yeah. Obviously, for the two...
What sort of monster... Sorry, you might have said it. What sort of thing took them? Do we know?
Not known. It came in the night, and the two who were not taken were awoken by the others yelling and Girly, like, desperately screeching to try to fight it off. They did not see it. They only know it was big enough to haul off two people, one of whom is a large knight.
I'm sorry if this was mentioned, but what happened to the mounts of the two that were taken?
So Lady Ethel does not have a mount. She is not a knight. She just rides on the back of whoever has spare room that day. And in terms of Sir Falstaff's mount, Girly, she is still here, but she is, like, completely in meltdown mode. Like, knights and their farers are not meant to be separated. And so she is likely to be of help. She will desperately try to get him back, but she might also be a liability. And when you port in, Xela will be trying to take care of her and calm her down so that she doesn't go, like, barreling off into the outer threshold and draw more dangerous wild farers to attack. Any final questions, or are you feeling good to go?
Feeling good.
Excellent. In that case,
No to both?
let us move then to assembly. Your characters brought together in Enclave HQ, knowing everything that we have just gone over. They are brought to one of the Enclave's standard, beautifully plush meeting rooms, replete with creature comforts. First actions upon entering the assembly room, as well as a brief reminder of your character's physical appearance. We will begin with Karanis.
All right. Yeah, so Brandon is walking into the room. He's leading Phoenix and his warhorse, and Revenus is sitting on his back. Karanis is about 6'2". He's stocky build, scars along his face. He is in full plate armor that is, it's pretty battle worn, but it used to have some gold ornate trim around it, but it's kind of faded at this point. He's battled quite a bit. And he has a blue mantle on that is also pretty torn and tattered. He is, he's going right in. He's going to walk to the table, lead Phoenix in, and kind of let him go loose. Phoenix likes to go and eat everything. And Phoenix is a chestnut courser, quite a large warhorse. And so he's gonna go sit down at the table, grab a brew, and wait for the crew.
As he always does. And Vitus, physical
Always.
appearance and first actions.
All right. So Wittes is an older man. I think like late 60s probably. He is wearing robes which used to be orange but are now sort of bleached and mostly brown. Long beard, sort of reddish color, and messy hair and a head with a wide brim, sort of like a mountaineering head.
Mm.
Most importantly, he has two animal companions. One of them is a Eurasian hoopoe, which is a bird, an awesome bird, sitting on his shoulder,
They're beautiful.
posting a picture in the chat.
Mhm.
And the other one is a European robin, which is
Mhm.
also another completely amazing bird. And as he's entering into the assembly room, he's clutching the European robin in his hand and speaking to it softly, and it's very nervous before the mission.
Yes, of course. And lastly, Avanya, physical appearance and first actions.
Avanya is a 15-year-old girl with blonde hair that's in pigtails, and she wears sort of a purple, like, not a school uniform, but like, I don't know exactly what to call it. She's in like a special academy, whatever. And her eyes are like bulging out of her head. And she has a giant spherical robot behind her. And I think she comes in and goes, "Oh my goodness, there's so many people. Oh my goodness. Hi." And she's gonna run up to the horse like immediately and just start like trying to befriend it.
Her giant ball robot is a reskinned barded warhorse of note. So there's two of those on the mission. As Avanya rushes up over to Phanex the horse, follow-ups from Karanis.
Karanis is gonna say, "Hello, I don't believe I've met either of you. I'm Karanis. What are your names?"
My name is Avanya. I don't know who this man is.
Vitus just sort of looks blankly, somehow has picked up that he is presumably being talked to, but didn't register the question, raising his eyebrows.
Who is your bird?
Oh, it's I have two of those, yes, birds.
Oh, I should also say that that Revnus, my sovereign lion skinned down as a orange tabby cat, is eyeing the birds
Yes.
heavily.
I think Vitus is probably oblivious to that.
Yes. And also, when Vitus says birds, I believe he has only revealed one of them. Is that true, or is the other one?
Yes, he's very much speaking about two. The other one is like in his fist like this. Fits
Yeah,
perfect.
exactly. He's clutching the bird.
Yes.
Can I see your bird?
Which one?
One.
I suppose. He gently picks the bird up, holding it on his finger and sort of like moves it closer.
This is a good bird. Hello. You may have your bird back.
Thank you.
The bird is perhaps a little bit relieved to be handed back.
Definitely. The Eurasian hoopoe does have pretty goofy mannerisms, so I think it sort of like tilts its head like 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Though Vitus is internally quite happy that someone acknowledged how awesome of a bird it is.
Yes, quite. Now, after being approached by Avanya, Phanex would have immediately trotted over to his favorite thing in the world, the refreshment table, and begin eating everything vaguely oat-shaped, as is custom at this point. Whereas Revnus would be prowling off to see if he can maybe stalk the birds if Vitus takes his eyes off them for too long. While Karanis' animals are up to no good, what would he be doing?
Just continuing the drinking on the beer. Once he finishes, he's kind of eyeing the transported bats, ready for action.
Yep, absolutely. And Avanya and Vitus, any follow-ups from you two?
What? You guys like the big monster we're going to maybe kill or maybe make friends with?
Well, we'll find a resolution, I'm sure. Vitus says and immediately looks back down to the bird. Please do be careful and quiet around this one. It's quite nervous. I picked it up yesterday. It seemed a bit lost.
Oh, I am so sorry. Hello, little bird. I will be quiet with you. I will try.
Thank you.
Okay.
A cat winds his way between Ivanya's legs, looking at the birds.
Oh my goodness, a cat too! Oh my goodness, she's gonna go try pick it up right now. Like immediately.
Foiled, Revnus allows himself to be picked up, and the cat resigns to its fate position. You know.
This will help us kill the monster. Very good. She's gonna put it back down.
And as she says this, the attendant in the assembly room turns on a heel and strides out the door, and the telepads spring to life. There are many more than usual today, given the menagerie. Final actions. We will begin with Ivania.
I don't know. How are we going to kill monster or make friends with him or just get him to go away? What plan? No plan? Half plan?
We slay the beast. I'll take it head on.
Eh.
Well, perhaps we try to talk to it first, right?
Again.
We could try.
Final notes from Karanis before he takes his place atop the telepads.
No, not really. He's gonna look to the two. Let's do this. Ready for action. Set down the mug. Start walking over.
And Revnus would hop up into his customary position on the saddle. Final notes from Vitus.
Talking to the bird in his palm of his hand. Oh, do not worry, it's going to feel a bit strange, but it's going to be fine afterwards, as he's stepping onto the telepad. And then proceeds to stuff the European Robin into his beard.
That's great. And lastly, Ivania, after asking your companions how to deal with the creature, what would you like to do before taking your place?
She's just gonna give everybody a thumbs up and then get on there and then go, "Oh, baby, get over here! This is my baby!" And then point to the giant robot in the corner.
The giant spherical robot rolls over onto a telepad.
Very good.
Can I, out of character question, can I know what item is that?
It is a barded warhorse. And as you all take your places atop the telepads, you would feel your bodies begin to dissociate, tingling up your feet, putting your legs to sleep, making your stomach churn. Your heart would flutter and you would no longer feel its beat, and then your eyes would explode into ribbons of color, and the world falls away. And when it comes back, you are greeted with a strange, dusty night. The sky is a blanket of stars. You can hear many animal calls and noises out in the dark. Bugs chirping everywhere. The distant sounds of owls. And more strange, frightening sounds in the farther distance. Yowls and screeches and territorial bellows. But much closer to hand, you hear other things too. You hear a scratching noise in the ground, almost as like a shovel being used to dig dirt. You hear a woman's voice speaking softly, and you hear the beautiful plaintive cooing of a bird that is clearly in a state of utter tragedy. Now, as you all port in, you find yourself in the ruins of a camp. You can see that while there aren't tents here, they clearly didn't have the room for them. They do have sleeping rolls and things, but the camp has been falling about in complete disarray. The fire is out. The personal affects have been tossed about as though they were hit with a strong wind, and you can see the silhouettes of two people and two notably sized animals. Dame Xela is immediately identifiable by her soft voice as she speaks and caresses the head of the beautiful egret hippogriff that's laying in her lap, its whole body shuddering with grief. Her big snake kind of coils up behind with its head placed on top of Sheila's head. And a little off to the side you can see a man with an axe scraping out the last embers of the fire before they're blown away or spread to the nearby dry woods. The air is bone dry. Not quite desert, but very low humidity. and the ground below your feet is cracked and dusty. There's lots of trees here and great striking canyons and cliffs and highlands, but everything is even though there's quite a lot of plant life, there's very little water, at least in the air and ground. Immediate actions upon arrival. We will begin with Avanya.
My goodness. Okay, I'm so excited. First thing Avanya's gonna do is see the hippogriff and it's sad and go, "Oh no, I'm so sorry," and then try to run over and give it a hug.
And as you do so, you can see that immediately every head in the camp like jerks up and looks over towards. And you can see that the man with the axe kind of like spins it to attention and says, "How now?"
I'm sorry. My name is Avanya. I'm from the Enclave and we're here to rescue your friend. I just wanted to give your other friend a hug because he's sad.
Please do. Please do. Yes.
She's gonna continue.
And you can see that the woman on the ground looks up and says, "The Enclave again. What a relief. I didn't think I was just about willing to give up hope at that. But here." And she kind of gestures you in to look towards Girly. She is a beautiful animal, very dainty for her size, and has that long, thin bill and small white head. But is also just absolutely miserable and is letting out these deep kind of guttural coos out to the night sky as Xela kind of strokes across her head. What would Avanya do?
I'm so sorry you are sad and that your person is gone. And she's going to give Girly a hug. And then go, "Did you see where he went?"
And you can see that she kind of like jerks with her head off to the side and points with her long bill. And you can see in the direction that she points, there are like some ruts and furrows in the ground as well as some broken tree branches.
Okay, did you see the guy that took him?
And you can, after a moment, she just kind of gives like a...
I'm taking that as no.
Spirit stat on Avanya.
Oh, a 1! Surprisingly!
I actually had a feeling it was 1. And because of that, there's definitely more... She can feel that Girly has some idea of it, but obviously she can't talk. She has no words. So...
Okay. Okay, Avanya's going to... other people do stuff, she's going to look for a stick.
Yeah. Oh, there's tons. Before we go further with that, though, Karanis, first actions from you.
Yeah, so Karanis is going to he's looking for the okay, so the hippogriff was the one that was making the bird sounds. That was
for sure.
or was that on the okay, yeah. So he's looking around, he's looking for any signs of beasts nearby. He's kind of wary of them being watched.
Yeah. Well, first thing that he would notice is that all of those calls and yells and bellows out across the outer thresholds, they come from all different directions, but are often clustered. It sounds like maybe territorial disputes or bickers between neighbors. But the night is absolutely alive with activity.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so and then the warriors there, that warrior that was the one who was coming up with the axe, he is the other Seeker of the Sun?
Yeah, he's Sir Shackle.
Sir Shackle, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna go up to him and say, the others of you that were captured,
Yes.
any idea where they may have been taken?
Yes, I know of the direction, and he gestures in the way that Girly pointed with her bill. He says, "And I have sent my Ferrer in yon direction to see if he can perhaps deduce anything. When he returns to me, I will have some more." But you can see that though he speaks with bravado, there's clear nerves in his posture, the way that he kind of whirls his axe. He's like, a creature that could so silently approach and so effortlessly carry off two of us, may be beyond us.
Yeah, if it could carry away a warrior, I might have a hard time.
He says, of course, I will lay down my life to ensure that we make our best attempt at this, but Some of the wildfarers that we have seen have been just... He shakes his head. I've never seen anything like it. Enormous creatures. And wise, clever, cunning, even. They stalk us through the outer threshold. And I don't doubt that they have it fully within them to lay waste to us effortlessly if we put a foot out of line. And I can only imagine that we have now.
Well, I say we meet them with force.
I see no other option. He says, the 2 or 3 other times we've come face to face with them, the only thing that has scared them off, so to speak, has been a show of force. All of us together, with our weapons, our farers, all of us showing a unified front, and they seem to decide that all of us unified aren't worth the trouble.
So we do fear us.
And before... follow-up from Karanis.
I was going to say the next thing he's going to do, he's going to reach down both gauntlets into the ground below and draw them up into some small, not really even full shields, just like building up the dirt around the arm of it and kind of make like a small little blade on the fist of the gauntlet in preparation. Yeah.
As Karanis begins to use his Earth Shapers, jumping over to Vitus. First actions upon entering. You feel your beard twitching as your poor Robin deals with teleportation for the first time.
It's okay. Nothing is happening. You're safe. Sort of like strokes the beard and like reaches into it to pet the Robin with his finger. Just like,
yeah, you feel the Robin twitching uncomfortably.
You said that there's a man trying to collect the sort of like the embers, right?
Yeah, he's now speaking with Karanis, but when you poured it in, he was doing the final steps of scratching out their fire.
Okay, so there's a fire now.
Yep, although it's just about put out at this point.
Okay. While Karanis was speaking to him, could I have found some dry moss on the ground?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just the smallest patches, completely fine. Okay. Do you need any help with that, my good man? Vitus approaches, sort of like pretty quietly behind him, and just puts his enormous hand on his shoulder.
Yep. And Shackle would look about and says, "Oh, I'm capable of it myself, of course, but if you're offering, I shan't turn you down."
Oh, of course, I'm more capable. I have done this for 1,000 of years. And he takes the bundle of moss in his hand and just sort of like effortlessly tosses it into the fire. I want to activate Winds of Change.
And what do you want to do with Winds of Change?
I want to make that into a freaking roaring bonfire.
And as you toss it down, because Winds of Change makes for unseasonable, shocking changes in a very localized sense, the fire bursts up, and you can see that Shackle staggers backward. Phanix rears in place in sudden surprise, and Girly, Ivania, Sheila, and Sheila's own farer Tallow all kind of like tumble to the side as Girly like starts and tries to get out of the way. I mean, she's far away, she's safe, but it's still alarming. And as the fire roars up, follow-ups from Vitus.
Well, this is a good start, I suppose. Now, with the added light, do I see like tracks on the ground, claw marks?
Oh yeah, there's
springs?
quite a lot of disturbance in the ground.
Okay, what am I looking at if I'm looking for the footprints? Like claws, hooves, paws, anything?
Now, as you like go over to the place that the people were taken from is pretty obvious. It's the other side of the camp where things have been heavily disturbed, right, and has only slowly been kind of put back together. And looking at the ground, the marks on the ground are strange. They're kind of C-shaped, and they have like one point of the C is way more like dug in and emphasized than the other. So like let me see if I can kind of draw it.
It's a question. 3 pluses to intelligence.
Kind of like that ish.
Yeah. Okay, that's weird. So it's not a horseshoe print,
it
right?
is definitely not a horseshoe. It almost looks like if you were to take like your cupped hand and dig that into the ground, that's kind of what it would look like.
Could it have been a knuckle-walking creature?
And looking at it, it could be, but it would be a very unconventional knuckle walk, because the knuckle walk would have a lot more defined elements, but maybe something that walked on its hands to some degree. Though you can't see any feet, you just see like a bunch of those tracks. And it looks like there's a lot of them. Maybe there were several of these creatures.
Any blood at all?
You can see there's a little bit of blood in a few different places. Of note, sensory stat.
No pluses.
Yep. So in that case, you would spot there's two main clusters of it. One is a little further away from the baseline camp, and it's like a splot on the ground that then trails off and then quickly seems to clot. And then the other is on one of the like the thrown and ripped up bedrolls. There's a little bit of blood on that. Now,
Okay.
before we go further with Vitos, let's jump back over to Avanya. Stick acquired.
I found the stick. Okay, go back to Girly. Okay, I got two options for you. Number one, you can try to draw what you saw with stick on ground. Number two, I try to use magic on you in a way that may or may not work.
You can see that even though Girly has an egret's face, she is quite expressive. And you can see her kind of hesitate. And with her long bill, her like long beak, she tries to like scratch something into the ground, but she just doesn't have the dexterity for it. Like,
oh, this even with stick.
Yeah, and you see that she tries to take the stick and like scratch it a little bit. She can barely muster a line.
Okay, do I have your consent to magic you?
There's a moment of just kind of like nerves, and you can see that she kind of like shuffles slightly and her wings flutter, and she kind of like puts her head up against Sheila's cheek, and Sheila just kind of like rubs her on the other side of the head and says, "It's okay, my angel, it's all right. Well, let's ask the nice lady a little more about it then, if you're nervous. Could you, perchance, my good lady, elaborate on that?"
Okay, here's my thought. I can turn myself into lightning, and I've seen other people turn other people into lightning, and I'm thinking if we're both lightning at the same time, and you're thinking about the monster that took your friend, maybe that lightning will go into my brain.
Well, that's kind of you, and tempting, I'm sure. Girly looks terrified, by the way. But I think that we might want to hold off on that one, just for the moment. You know.
We need to know what the monster looks like, and Girly is the only one who's seen them.
Sheila is, like, again holding Girly by the side of her egret head and kind of, like, strokes her a little more. Girly is, like, cowering. And she says, well,
And then, charades! This is what we will do. This is what we will do. Okay, Girly, act out the monster.
Girly again looks to Sheila and she says, "Go on. It's better than lightning, isn't it?" And she kind of gets to her feet. Again, she's very trim, very pretty, and very, like, slender in her appearance. And she kind of, like, trots out a little bit. And with her forelegs, which are both bird-like and long and stickish, she spreads them wide. And almost like if you've seen a giraffe drink, how they spread their front legs way big to let their neck go down, she spreads her front legs as far apart as they will go. And then, like, tries to spread her hind legs as far apart as they will go as well. It's like splaying herself. And then she brings her long egret neck down to the ground. You know when geese go into, like, I'm gonna fuck you up mode and they put their head as close to the ground as possible? She kind of does, like, as close to that as she can do.
Okay.
And then she lastly extends her wings, which are again, like, midway down her body because she's hippogriff, right? And she spreads her wings as far out as they will go and touches the tips to the ground. Kind of like legs. So she's as spread out as she can be and as close to the ground as she can be.
Okay, hold up. I'm almost there. Okay, 6 legs? Because wings are legs?
Yeah.
Wings are legs. Okay, so 6 legs, and then they're all like this, and then does it have a tail?
And you can see that Girly like pauses to think about this for a moment, and then kind of like twitches her hindquarters and tries to like think about how to pantomime it and can't quite. So
That's okay. So this.
And she looks at it, and with her bill, she kind of like pokes at the tail part and like brings up her head like
no
this,
tail.
like a not like a no, but like a. It takes.
Oh,
some,
more.
Yeah.
More tail.
More
Okay. Okay. This.
You see that she like claws the ground, clearly frustrated that she can't communicate what she wants to communicate.
Is this like close enough for us to like, if we like kind of get it? Maybe.
You see that she seems to like. It's not a nod. She doesn't nod, but she does kind of like an acquiescent sort of behavior. It's like shuffling with her shoulder, but she also is looking dejected and a little bit despondent again.
I can turn you into lightning. I don't like it's an option. Okay, I will not do it if you don't want me to, but it might work. It might not. I don't know. Could maybe.
And she lets out another.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you sad. Okay, this is so sad. Vanya's gonna go to find one of her teammates and tell them how sad she is.
Before we go further with that, Karanis, follow-ups with you after Vitos makes the huge bonfire.
Yeah. So so with the light from the bonfire, can I see those blood spots that Vitas had seen?
Yeah. Well, also you would see him looking at him, and so you'd be able to quite easily from his eyes trace it to them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to go walk over and look at that. I believe I have one plus the sensory. Can I see a trail coming off it?
You can see that the cut looks like it clots very quickly. Either that or something stopped the blood flow, because it ends pretty quick. Could be human blood, or could just be humanoid, or could be just like mammal. It looks like a familiar sort of blood, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the other blood, the one on the bedroll, is smaller. It's not like a big cut that dripped down. It's like a smaller like smear.
Okay. So likely still alive. All right. Yeah. Let's I'd like to start wandering in the direction she pointed us. So, are you too good here? Can I'd like to scout ahead.
Yeah, as this would be when Avanya would approach you.
Okay. Yeah. But very sad. What's got you
Is this lady
sad?
very sad because she cannot speak English?
Mm. Well, she has seen it though. Would you like to come along with us, girlie? See if we can track down this beast.
As soon as she hears the word track, she like sits bolt upright.
Oh, that excited you, huh?
And you can see that her brow kind of levels, and she like scratches at the ground aggressively. She's again quite a dainty-looking creature, and so aggression like looks kind of weird on her. But you can feel the like pent-up rage in her beautiful little figure.
Ready to go find your master, huh?
No, let's not get too excited. We don't know where we are going just yet. Let's think about this for a moment still. Vitus gets out his pipe and, inhales, ponders, exhales. Not in a rush.
Yes, it did.
I want to use fire from the bonfire to lit the pipe. You said that the mount is some sort of like a hippogriff thing,
Yeah.
right?
So if you know the bird egrets, look them up if you know they're gorgeous. Yeah, so she's an egret hippogriff.
Okay. This is going to be awkward with a egret style hippogriff, but sure. So, I'm going to need you to calm yourself down as much as is possible. Can you do that? I I want to sort of like go towards the egret hippogriff, put my hand on the neck, I suppose. Seems to be an awkward animal to sort of grab.
Yeah, she has a long neck.
Okay. Try to think of your master, but not in an upset manner. We are going to find him, there's nothing to worry about. Just think of him. Right.
And Shackle would stride over and kind of putting a hand on Girly's head gently and giving her a scratch. He says, "Given that you all are from distant lands, it would strike me, I always forget that this is not the case in other places that I've heard tell of from across the seas. We are no masters." He says, "We are, I would say, equal partners to our pharaohs."
That is very good. Then do think of your human friend.
You could say, if you're looking for an easy word for it, her knight. We are their knights, they are our pharaohs.
Yes, well, think of the knight.
And you can see that Girly tries to, like, close her eyes. Are you exhaling smoke in her face?
Gently, yes.
Yeah, I had a feeling. The smoke off of that pipe, of course, has a calming property. And what would Vitos do from here? I will jump back to the other two in a moment, but I want to give Vitos time to finish his action.
Very well. And now I'm going to need you to inhale as much as you can, and then sharply exhale. And I'd like to point out, Church Warden Pipe. This smoke can be sort of like molded into shapes pitched by the user, right?
Yep. I know what you're going for. It's a good one.
The egret be the user.
And given the steps that Avanya has taken to try to befriend Girly, and then Karanis to rile her up, and now Vitos to calm her down, when she exhales a cloudy shape, of which a few things can be deduced. First of all, 8 legs and an abdomen. Definitely a spider type thing. Second of all, a dog-like head.
That is strange.
But more than that, after he would notice this, the little smoke image would split into several of the same image before fading.
Before it fades, I want to use my feathered head.
Yep.
So that lets me imitate natural sounds, right?
Yeah, there's a
I'd
lot
like
of
to
it.
sort of like, I'd like to, using my traveler's cloak as well, I want to sort of like use the cloak to sort of like do a sudden gush of wind and turn that into like a night, like a night summer breeze sort of thing.
Of course.
And the user gets to page the trajectory of the smoke as well. The egret was the user. Can I send it into the correct direction?
Well, if nothing else, you can have the smoke begin to... The perfect Avanya drawing. The smoke would go billowing off in the direction that was indicated earlier, though it would dissipate before it can get far. Before we go further, however, while Vitos is working his magic, follow-ups first from Karanis and then from Avanya.
Brandis is going to get mounted on.
Oh, you are dying.
Still,
Whenever you catch up, Connor, you have gone robot again.
Just silent for me. I can't hear anything.
Oh, really? Oh, darn. Well, in that case, while we're waiting for Connor to restabilize, let's hear from Avanya first. Avanya, what follow-ups do you want to take, if any?
I have no idea. Avania's sad at the moment, and now I think I'm having internet troubles, which is concerning.
I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly fine.
Okay, great. So yeah, Avania's sad. I guess she'll go over and look at the track area and see if she knows anything. I think she's probably looking for slugs just in case, but but really no idea what she's looking for. Just something.
Now, as she kind of trots over to that area, the things that she would like notice just looking around would first of all be the fact that, like I said, there's branches broken in this area. A couple of big ones, in fact. Given the what she had seen before. Oh, there you go. I guess there was an internet problem. Come on back, Mary. There we go. Hello. No problem. So, given what you were just told about, or what you had just seen about this being some sort of spider-like creature, for the branches to have broken at the levels they broke at would mean that this thing was frickin' enormous. Like, because spiders are low to the ground. And also aren't, like, bull-rushing things. They don't just break things open or rip them apart. And so, the branch cracks that you see up on high don't look like they check out.
If I were a spider that could explode into little spiders, would the spiders go up and hit things up? Like, is that how perhaps it works?
Now, as Avanya is considering this to herself, there's a couple things. That would mean that the whole trunk should be in some way damaged, unless it was like an upward, like an erupting volcano that just blasted upward. And that doesn't seem like it would make sense. So too would the fact that if the spiders were to erupt, that would be kind of a random time to do it after they had gotten what they wanted. And so it could just be, again, a thing of Girly trying to communicate that there were multiple, or it could be that if they did like release spawnlings of some kind, they must have a reason to do it.
Is there anything about like shapeshifters from here?
Shapeshifters are quite rare. In fact, in terms of like animals, farers who shapeshift, pretty much unheard of based on the mission briefing.
Okay. So the cracks. Okay. In the description, the smoke description, were the legs very long? Were they super long?
They were not. They were
normal
long.
spider legs.
Oh, I mean, they weren't normal spider legs, but they were like kind of normal spider leg length. So like more out wide than down low.
And then does it look like the broken branches or whatever, could they have been caused by Girly, like, trying to help, perhaps?
If that's the case, then she is way stronger than she looks, and would have to have been flying. Because Girly is not that high off the ground, and is, again, very slender.
Can I go up to one of the broken areas? Do I have to climb up? Oh, I have Baby. I could climb on Baby.
You could climb on Baby, and then you could roll over and take a look.
Great. Does it look weird, other than being broken?
A few of the branches that were snapped were like as wide as both of your hands put around. Like these were big branches, and were snapped like pretty much right to the trunk of the dry tree. And so whatever broke these had enormous force behind it, and was also like at least 8 or 9 feet off the ground, maybe higher.
Maybe it's thorax, huh?
In the description, I'm gonna go back over to Girly.
And as you roll over, before we jump back to Karanis, Girly, who is currently like still with Vitos for the moment, would look to you as you roll over.
Could this spider monster baby fly?
And she flexes her.
What did that?
She looks to it and kind of like trots over and actually like flies up. She's dainty enough to be able to perch on some of the bigger branches, though it's a little tricky for her, being quadrupedal. And she kind of looks up and then looks out into the dark jungle beyond. I say jungle, it's dry forest, right? And then kind of looks back, and you can see that her eyes look scared again. And
The different thing? Did you see more than one thing?
but Vitas, I believe, has a high spirit stat.
3 pluses.
Yeah, and because of that, he would be able to pick out a lot more of what she can't quite verbalize. She didn't see another thing, but now she's thinking there is one.
Well, perhaps there's one, or more.
Now,
Okay.
before we go further, Karanis. Sorry, you went completely robot on me when last you tried to do
Yeah.
something.
Sorry about that.
No
Got a service blip there.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I would like to. He's gonna mount Xanax.
Yep.
Getting ready for motion. He's gonna kind of stand at the edge where that blood spatter was. Still looking out, ready, waiting. And I'd like to have Redness follow Beatus, which he probably is anyway with the birds.
Yeah, don't have to tell him twice.
Looking at the seeing the smoke showing that it was a big spider there, getting all excited fighting a big beast, and he's also looking at the branches, kind of seeing if he could see like a path through with broken branches.
Yep.
Seeing if that.
And I've been describing areas of broken branches just now, like right on the edge of the little clearing that the camp was in. And it seems as though there are a few others, but they don't follow a specific path. Especially with how dry the area is too, it is pretty easy to spot which branches have been broken recently and which ones are older, but it makes for kind of a weird zigzag that doesn't line up with footprints just from looking at, like, from what you can see of the ground. Though admittedly, it gets pretty dark, quite like just beyond the bonfire's radius. And as such, it's not necessarily something that you'd be able to deduce well from here. However, with Karanis mounting up, he would feel kind of like a tap on the back of his saddle. And Sir Shackle says, "Terribly sorry to impose upon you, my friend, but do you have any room upon the back of your fine farer? Mine is not quite conducive to carrying my body weight, and with Sheila being injured, I don't want to encumber her mount."
By all means.
Thank you very much.
Help him on up. Yeah.
And he takes your hand and like flips back up onto the back of your saddle. As he does so, he calls over his shoulder, "Are you going to be all right?" And Sheila says, "I haven't figured that part out yet, to be perfectly honest with you, but I can ride." That's something at least. And you can see that she is hauling herself onto the weird mount that's at like near the head of her snake. And you can see that her injuries seem to mostly be like abdominal and one leg. And as such, she moves kind of sluggishly. She uses her lance to like bolster herself as she pulls herself up into her saddle. Meanwhile, as this is happening, Vitos and Avanya with Gurley. Any follow-ups from you guys?
I want a bit more detail about the spider I have seen. Did it seem like it had spindle legs, or rather like quite short and sturdy?
They were not enormously wide and splayed out like you might see in some tarantulas. They seemed a little closer to the body than that, but, you know, they were on the longer side.
Okay. 3 pluses to intelligence inference then.
Yeah.
Does it seem likely that this is more of like an ambush spider rather than a cobweb making one?
It seems extremely likely just looking at its body physiognomy. Given that Vitas has so much like experience out in nature, you can definitely spot like a hunting spider versus a trapping spider. And this one not only has, just from like the rough outline of its body, not incredibly good running legs, but also, more notably, it doesn't necessarily look like it has spinnerets, though that might not show up on so loose an approximation.
Now, another intelligence insight, or inference rather. With a spider this large, if it were to be an ambush predator, it would likely have to probably make home in some sort of a cave, right?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Alright. Well, up you go, friend. I take my Eurasian hoopoe, or the eye in the sky.
Yep.
And be careful of the night owls. If you hear one, just come back to me.
What does a
And I
hoopoe
said-
call sound like? I don't know them.
Great question. I'll look it up. It's quite goofy, but I cannot recall from the top of my
I
head.
remember it being kind of a goofy one, but I would love to know.
And I also instructed to circle around me for now.
Yep, absolutely. As the hoopoe flies up into the sky, Avanya, follow-ups from you as Vitas is pondering and deploying the birds. Oh, real quick, I'm going to play this so that the recording picks it up, just to hear it. Oh, it just sounds like it says its name.
Yeah.
And the recording did not pick it up.
It did not.
It did on my end, though, the OBS recording.
Oh, nice. Great.
Now, Avanya, actions from you.
Okay, I guess we're just going to go, goodbye, friends, unless you're coming.
And then she's just going to start going.
As she does so, you hear Sheila's voice. Oh, don't worry, we're coming with you. I don't particularly wish to stay behind and become food for some wildfarer. It's best for us to stick together.
Okay. Not goodbye. Let's go.
Are you going to get onto Baby?
She's currently on Baby, yes.
Yeah. What direction will you be rolling in, and what trail will you be following, if any?
Oh, there's multiple trails? Fuck.
Well, the big one
Wait,
being
what trails are there?
the trails that you can see are one, the weird footprint things like the C-shaped ones that Vita's identified earlier. Avanya would have seen them too. Those seem to kind of go in one direction, but they split off. Like there's a bunch of different sets of them. And additionally, then you also have the direction where the branches are breaking. That goes in a different direction as well, and also has a new set of footprints that start up there. So there's a whole bunch of different potential trails.
Uh-oh. Alright, since Tomash was doing it, I have +5 to intelligence.
That's true.
Oh no, I don't even know what question to ask. This sucks. Okay, I'm assuming the bigger thing has to be the bigger problem, right? Should we split up? Hold up, she's just gonna turn around and ask the group.
There's 2 ways. There's one with all the spider babies and then one with secret monster.
And Shackle would say, I cannot recommend further against splitting up. Splitting up means that the wildfarers will simply descend upon us one by one, rip us to shreds. It was only when we were a unified front that we were able to dissuade any of them from attacking.
Yes, but that was with, how many? Okay, there was 8 of you? No, 7. 7. How many of us are there? We got Baby,
4
that's
and 3
2.
farers.
Okay, so... Okay. So do you want to go after the spider babies or the secret monster?
Now, okay, Mary, let's talk through this intelligence a little more, because I know that you can get something out of it first.
Here's just my base question.
Yeah.
If I were to assume 7 spiders kidnapped these people versus 1 secret monster that can rip trees in half, which one is more likely where the people are still alive? Because that feels like if they're already dead, we shouldn't even bother going that way, right?
Yeah. Rip trees in half certainly has more of a penchant for violence, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But the follow-up question to Avanya would be, why does she think that all of the spider ones seem to have gone in different directions?
An idea. I don't know, the spiders got mad at each other. That's why they split up from the original baby into a million babies. They got into an argument, and now they're piecing out. They're like, we're not going to deal with each other anymore. Fuck me, I have no idea.
Well, here's
The
a
spider baby is related to the. Here's a question. Are there any in nature like symbiotic relationships between spiders and a different thing?
in real life nature.
Sure.
I am
bet you
fairly
anything there is.
certain there are several species of spiders that do live alongside frogs in their dens. I'm not.
That sounds really familiar, actually. Yeah,
At
yeah.
the top of my head, I'm not sure what the symbiosis there is, but I'm quite sure it happens. I'll
Yep.
look it up.
If I imagined a frog at a relative scale to how big the spider was imagined, would a frog that size be able to take down a tree?
Off the top of your head, I mean, totally possible. Completely,
Okay.
utterly possible.
This feels like the wrong path, but you know, at least it's something.
So the theory that Avani is considering is that all of them are in on it.
Currently, that's the only because all the spiders were in on it, at least because they're all one spider that just got mad at each other. So presumably, maybe there's another guy, and then he also got mad, and that's why he went in a different direction.
Now, as Avanya is considering this unifying theory, given that she is at the head of the group, is she going to be saying anything to the other members, or is she just going to like eeny meeny miny mo and go off?
I think she's just standing there mumbling to herself. If anybody wants to come up and correct her, that would be appreciated.
Karanis, actions from you, given that you are the closest behind Avanya at moment.
Given that we know that there is a spider, and the other one's quite. It's really unsure what the other source is. I feel like we should follow this path together, and maybe see if the two paths meet up.
Now, which path is he referring to, given that you have the branch breaker one with more defined footprints now that you're closer? Seems to be bipedal. And then you also have a bunch of different spider tracks that go off in several different sets of directions.
Oh, that's right. Well, we've got one path of footprints. It's pretty defining.
Yep, in terms of the big one, so to speak.
Right. Shall we? Down that path?
And also, Avanya, another thing of note, you were told that the wildfarers are insanely territorial.
So they weren't in on it together, and they did get mad at each other.
The in on it together seems less likely in light of that.
Okay. Well. What to do? I don't have an idea. If I forget your character's name, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Karanis, yeah.
Karanis.
Okay, if Karanis says let's follow the footsteps, she's just gonna go with it.
Yep.
Have this in the back of her head.
That makes total sense. And before those two go plodding off, though, Vitos, actions from you, given that you are currently hanging out with Gurley. Your teammates are off ahead of you, like a little ways into the woods at this point. The bonfire is like still quite high, but it's starting to die down a little bit behind you. And also, more substantively, Sheila, on top of her mount, is just slithering past you at the moment, saying to you, "Take care of Gurley, all right? It's a little hard for me to do so if I'm going to keep up with the rest."
No, of course. What a beautiful bird. I shall look after it.
Oh, yes. She's wonderful, and she's a sweetheart, too.
Well, good luck then. I want to do an arcane manifestation, which is sort of Earth Shapers themed, so I'm not sure if it works. 1+2 arcane, though.
Yeah.
I want to take my Raven staff and sort of like poke the ground with it, and sort of like cover it in a ball of sort of like moss and dirt and such. Mm-hmm. Could that work? Just to make like a ball of dirt and moss?
Around just the base of the staff, or around the whole thing?
The top, only the top.
Oh, only the top. I see. Yeah, I'm okay with that manifestation. That sounds fine.
Okay. And then reach with it into the fire, and now I have a torch.
I see what you're going for. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm alright with that. It's probably not going to last terrifically long, but I'm alright with it.
Well, I can just shout at it, and presumably fire will grow. But for now, I want to check with what a bird sees.
And as you touch the eye and like get in touch with the eye in the sky, couple things that the eye in the sky would note. For the one, the night is alive with activity. Even from a very high vantage point, it can see movement in various parts of the outer thresholds, and in many cases, the movement is large. Given that it is, of course, itself an animal, it not only would have kind of a better idea of the territories, but also how to avoid them. And as such, you find it's flying a good deal higher than it normally would, specifically because it can also spot on the horizon the outlines of flying wildfarers guarding fiercely their territory in the air as well.
Okay. So, any mountains or ravines or sinkholes or anything?
Quite a few, actually. You have a couple of really big cliffs nearby you, including one like just ahead and a little to the right. And then there's also, in addition to like a couple of these like really big cliff sides, there's also like a ridge not terribly far away. And in the shadow of that ridge, there's like a big pocket-like valley that seems to like hug the side of the ridge, kind of like the pocket in a pool table.
3 pluses to intelligence. Wouldn't it make lots of sense for a spider to inhabit a closed valley where animals have to pass through if it's an ambush predator?
If it's an ambush predator, and also given that you've like deduced that caves seem very likely for it to live in, this seems abundantly likely.
Okay. Is that the direction in which the others are heading?
Not precisely, but kind of loosely in that direction.
Mm. All right. And you said that there was disturbance in the trees around the camp, right? Yep. Does it at some point just like end, hinting that the creature has taken like into the air, or does it continue?
That would require a bit more investigation because the tree branch breakage like carries a little off out of sight of the camp.
Okay. I mean, I'm from the point of view of the eye in the sky.
From the point of view of the eye in the sky. It actually doesn't have a great set of eyes on that, given the canopy coverage.
Okay. Yeah. Oh. And I'm at the camp alone now, right?
Yep, at the moment. Yep. Well, you and Gurley, so not completely alone.
I look at the egret. I think I have a solid idea of where your friend is. You wish to accompany me? But we need to be careful and quiet. It is likely an ambush predator. It is going to think that it is leading us into a trap. But really, we are the ones setting the trap. So, be careful. And I want to go ahead. The 3 pluses to spirit. Does it seem like the creature would object to me sort of like holding it as we go?
Well, more than that, she actually takes a knee and brings down a wing.
Okay. Sure. Vitus nods. You're like giving back the respect, and carefully climbs atop of the hippogriff.
Yep. Her saddle is kind of like weirdly heavy and like rough in comparison to how dainty and small she is. But it's comfortable to sit in. And even though like she's small enough that your feet aren't terribly far off the ground from you just being in the saddle, she can carry you fairly comfortably. And as she goes trotting off, she even flaps her wings a little bit as though like thinking about taking off into the sky.
Does it seem it would be capable of doing that?
You're honestly not sure. The answer to Vitus's mind would be probably no, but he's worked with some exceptional birds before.
Yeah. So I am assuming the answer is with magic, probably yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. As we are going through the forest, I want to be sort of like guiding it along, whispering where we are going. And then Vitus, using the graven staff, I want to embolden my voice as I shout to the rest. We are going that way. Follow me.
Now,
And it's just like heading towards the sort of like bullet.
of course, Karanis and Avanya, alongside with Shackle riding alongside Karanis and Sheila bringing up the rear behind you guys, have been going along after the branch cracked path for a little while at this point, just like a couple minutes. As you've gone, a couple things you've noted. First of all, more blood. Not a lot more, but some more. And it's visible even through the darkened canopy. Like the night sky is very bright with stars, but still there's enough canopy coverage. It's mostly quite dark and mostly quite hard to see. Right? Even so, you can still see blood spatters. And additionally, you even see the occasional sight of, for example, a branch that has been like clearly like broken off a tree and then has been smashed or thrown. And after another bit, you actually find a boulder like the size of a human torso that was clearly ripped out of its lodge and flung. You can see the remnants of it like smashed up against a tree a little ways nearby.
Oh,
Avanya, things. Oh, you are muted.
Okay, I have 2 questions,
Yeah.
and I need to remember what they were. Number 1, if I were a dog spider that could explode into mini dog spiders, would I explode as a defense mechanism or as an attack?
That is a great question. Well, the first one is, where would the baby spiders or the little spiders be coming from? Would they be parts of yourself, or would they be your young that you are carrying? Because if it's the latter, using your children as an attack doesn't seem super optimal. Using them as a defense, as like a last measure, seems more reasonable.
Avanya did not consider that they were babies. She is assuming that the dog spiders can like magically split into mini dog spiders
Yes.
and then will congeal back into an original dog spider.
Excellent.
In that scenario, is it an attack or is it defense?
In that scenario, the attack seems entirely reasonable, assuming there wasn't some rule that if one of your miniatures died, all of you died.
Okay, great. Second question. If I were an invisible giant tree smashing monster, would I throw a rock as like, I'm angry at you, I'm throwing a rock at you, I'm gonna kill you, or is this a temper tantrum because he lost to the spiders that can split into multiple spiders?
Well, it seems most likely to have been done in some sort of aggressive display or defensive display. Just being like, fuck, and like throwing a rock, seems unlikely, in terms of like basic animal behaviors that she's noticed. Not impossible, of course, but seems probably like it was intimidating something at the very least.
Because I'm trying to figure out which of these lost. Because clearly the goal was to get the guys. Which one failed? Or did they both get one and were okay with that? That's the other option, which would suck, but it is an option.
Now, given that Avanya is up on baby at the moment, she isn't really able to examine things super closely. Is she going to stay up high so she has mobility and can keep moving, or is she going to hop off and take a look around?
She'll get off. She'll, like, slide.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you what she is going to be looking for in a moment, but Karanis, actions you would like to take, both as you're riding and seeing some of the evidence of this violence inflicted nearby, but also actions you would like to take as Avanya is sliding off onto the ground.
So Karanis is curious about the details of this beast that went down this path. So he's going to look to Shackle and say, "Are you capable of taking the reins?"
He says, "Well, only if given full and utmost permission from yourself and your fine farer."
Well, you'll need to ask him, but I'm okay.
Well, I will ensure that the proper oblations are given. And as he kind of scoots forward in the saddle as you slide off, you hear him very gently saying into Phoenix's ear, "My good man, with your strong back, would you deign to carry me a moment? I promise the utmost respect."
Phoenix is all for it, yeah.
And what would
He's
Karanis...
glad to be respected.
Indeed, yeah. What would Karanis want to do from here?
So I want to examine the boulder and the place where it came from too, and I want to see specifically. I'm looking for if there are claw marks and the size.
The boulder absolutely does not have claw marks. However, It does, as you're kind of investigating it. Are you trying to like move the boulder or just like see where it has like lodged itself up against this tree?
Corinna would probably test the weight of the boulder as well.
Yep, absolutely. And
Try to move it.
as you are moving it slightly, you actually do manage to get it to roll off to the side. And you would see that it is pinned something against the tree stump. And that something is a piece of fabric.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna pick a piece of and walk back towards Ch2 say, do you recognize this? Does it seem familiar?
And as you are saying this, Shackle would take it and like squint at it in the moonlight. Not one of ours. He says, Xela! Xela, my good dame, take a look at this, would you? Cast your fair eyes to it. Tell me what you see. And he like wads it up and like flicks it over to her. She manages to snatch it out of the air and says, come on, Tallow, into the moonlight, my friend. So that she can take a look at it more properly. Avanya, what would you like to do when you are on the ground?
Right. Number 1, look for slugs. That's just a backup thing, though.
Yep.
Number 2, oh god, I guess any signs of this being them signs of struggle, I guess, if like one of the knights or
Ethel.
Ethel could have like grabbed a branch and was like trying to like stabilize with that or something.
Yep. Now, in terms of signs of struggle, you have quite a lot of them now that you're actually on the ground. There's a lot of scuffs in the earth around here, and the earth is very dry once again. There's some areas where it's been turfed up or ripped, but more notably and interestingly than that, there are a handful of footprints, like person-sized footprints that were clearly wearing shoes. The other thing that Avanya would note looking about is that at around like shoulder level in some of the trees, there are chipped bits of bark and slices in the bark that absolutely look like they were made incidentally with blades. Not with claws.
Incidentally or like on purpose, like somebody trying to mark their path?
One or two of them look on purpose, but a few of them also look incidental, like something was shoved in or like knocked to the side or something of that nature.
You mentioned wearing shoes, which just... These people wear shoes? Yes?
Oh, yeah.
It's not, like, odd?
No, they...
Okay, cool. How big?
Is she like putting her own foot in a footprint to measure?
Yeah.
Pretty decent size. Like men's size 10, 11.
Oh, okay, so Ray... So like, I think she just like goes like this and like turns towards one of the knights and goes, "Do you people have big feet?"
And Shackle says, "Not I." And Sheila says, "One moment." As she's looking, she says, "This is disconcerting. I'd say this is exactly what it is disconcerting. I wish I had a better word for it than that." She says, "This is not our heraldry. It's only a piece of it, so I can't make out the whole thing, but it's certainly no heraldry I know from my home in the questing realms. It looks like something you'd see from the outer parcels. The outer parcels, oh, you folk aren't from here, of course. The outer parcels is led by Duke Adelcrin. He's in open rebellion against my king, true Regis Certatis, heir of the questing realms. And tensions have been brewing for quite some time. This looks like it could be one of his."
So
okay,
you think maybe...
Cool. Can you check this foot size, please?
And Sheila, on back of her mount, slithers over to you, puts her feet between yours. It falls like 2 inches short. She says, "Not quite."
Okay, what about your friend?
And she says, Shackle's got tiny feet, smaller than mine."
Okay, my arms hurt. That's good. Okay, so these people, we don't care about them. We go the other way. Yeah.
Oh, I care about them. We don't necessarily need to save them. They could be very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Karanis, you got a thing?
Yeah, I was gonna say so. So potentially, Aokrin's men might be in league with these, or fighting them. They're out here.
If they're
We gotta
out
keep our
here,
eyes out for them.
we must keep our eyes out for them. If they're out here, maybe they are looking for us. I doubt it, though. Maybe they're looking for us, or maybe they're a little ahead of us. But if there is some sort of brawl here, enough to the point where they would have their heraldry rip, they probably fell afoul of a wildfire, same as we have.
Understood.
It's at this point that you all would hear Vitus's amplified voice booming out from, like, you guys are a little ways up, like a small slope, and booming down from, like, the bottom of the slope and off in, like, a direction a little ways from camp. You would hear him calling that he's found the path and to come to him.
Gotcha. Yeah, definitely going to hop back on Phoenix. I'm gonna make Shackle take the reins, though. I'm gonna be ready for action, and I'm gonna say that way. Follow the voice.
And Shackle, you notice that rather than taking the reins and like directly steering, he actually lets the reins go very, very limp and just talks to Phoenix. And as like mostly just using them to like not fall off on some of the more treacherous bits. And Avanya, what would you like to do?
Yeah, get on baby and follow.
And as you go zooming your way after, Vitus, the rest of the group is... You don't necessarily know, but they are approaching you. But after you call out to them, are you going to keep moving or are you going to stay where you are?
Keep moving at a very slightly slower rate.
Yep. As you go trotting along on Gurley's back, things that you would note. First of all, the sounds of the outer threshold are still quite like populous. There's calls and brays and yells in various directions. But when you called out like that too, there was a moment where some of the smaller animals that you heard in the woods nearby you went quiet and then came to life again.
Okay, that's good. I want to talk to my Igor friend.
Yep. And what would you like to say?
So, listen, once we find this spider, I am going to... you will have to stay level-headed. Is that something you can manage?
You can feel her kind of roll her shoulders and kind of like wobble her head side to side, clearly nervous or antsy or... Yeah, antsy would be the best word.
I know, but listen, spiders are not evil by nature, of course, right? And they do not usually ambush knights in the night like this. Someone needed to put the spider up to this. And we need to find out who.
You can see that she coils her long neck kind of backwards to like side-eye you. And after doing so, the two of you would hear a distant kind of eerie screech from high up in the sky. You would feel her wings kind of recoil slightly as her, like, this is the first cry that you've seen that actually like kind of scares her as she kind of tucks under a tree for a moment. A distant great shadow passes over the stars and then moves out of sight again.
Was that a freaking dragon or something?
It didn't sound like a dragon, but it was certainly a big one. A big flying one.
Okay. Have you heard that before?
And she gives like an affirmative wriggle.
You think that creature is somehow connected to the spider?
And she clearly doesn't think so, but is nervous about it.
Well, let's keep quiet then. And I want to reach into my beard and take out my red robin. European robin, sorry. And I want to sort of like stare at it and see if it has calmed down by now.
It at this point is quite calm. Beard is cozy.
Good. So, I will need you to fly after my friend up in the skies. There are strange things afoot, and I am going to need you to be in the air, ready to help me when I call for it. You think you can manage?
And it gives a little flutter.
Alright. Oh, fly! He says dramatically, extending the hand up.
And it goes and like slowly flutters up into the air.
They are not great at flying.
No, I can look at their shape and tell you that.
They are the goofiest birds.
Yeah, bald.
But they are even in real life like surprisingly intelligent.
Yeah, and as it goes kind of fluttering off towards the sky, Vitos would hear another call, like a wildfare call. This one is distinctly closer, and it has kind of a weird kind of yelping sound, like kind of like that.
Wait, and you said this one is closer.
Definitely closer.
Is that a fox? It sounds like a fox.
Could be. It's a little bigger, a little deeper.
3 plus is to spirit. Do I think that is an intentional warning on part of the creature, warning something else, like sending a message to someone?
For sure, warning cry. No doubt about that.
Yeah, but like, is it notifying someone else beyond me?
Yes.
Like, is
it is like a sentry alert for sure.
meerkats? Yeah, I look towards the source of the.
Can't see it through the
True.
trees.
Can I try to imitate that sound?
Ooh,
Feathered hat.
You do have the feathered hat. Yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay. I imitate the sound.
And as you kind of yelp back off into the night, you would hear from the direction of that same cry another.
That doesn't sound mammalian anymore, right?
It had a weird, it definitely baseline mammalian, but there was something else to it as well.
Spider heads.
This cry was a little less obvious to pick out than the first one, but may have been like an identifier, like a query.
Okay. I want to. Can I send like a message to my eye in the sky?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'd like to ask it. Well, what I'm asking is, can I do it like telepathically, or do I have to call out?
Yeah. Failed to start camera error 2012. Connor, you look great today. Whenever it works out, don't worry about it. So, pardon me. There we go. He's back. I'm so sorry. Could you give me the thing to the eye in the sky again?
Sorry.
Yeah. Can I give it like a new task telepathically, or do I have to call out to it?
Ooh. That's a great question. I think I'd want you to call out to it unless you have a specific energy work in mind.
No, not really. Can I at least do it through bird chirps then? Or
Yes,
hoo-hoo sounds?
you can definitely impersonate those. As
Sure.
long as it's very simple.
Then I do that. Just a general like hoopoo sounds. And my task for it is to follow after the creature that is making the sounds.
Yep. And
While I then continue to try to talk to the creature back to make it as chatty as possible.
Yeah.
So that the Eurasian hoopoe can find it very well.
Yeah. And as the hoopoe is flying down and kind of zeroing in, what do you want to try to respond with? Like, obviously you can imitate what you've heard very easily, but do you want to try to do something else besides just a straight imitation?
I think maybe sort of like questioning, like, whoop.
Yeah, little whoop. And then after another moment, because you can imitate the timbre of the voice quite easily, and then you hear another.
That is a negative response.
Yep. And then you would hear a kind of scuffing in the dirt. And then you would hear, as the dirt scuffing is getting a little closer, it's relatively quiet, but still, that with how cracked it is around here, you can still make it out. You would hear that, and as the sound gets substantially more aggressive.
Okay. But it's still like way too far away for me to see, right?
Too far away for you to see, but not for long. It's definitely approaching, and you can definitely hear it passing between the trees, though you cannot yet see it.
I want to imitate this snarl, using my Graven staff to do so at full maximum graveyard volume.
Oh shit! And you would hear a startling, and then you would hear kind of a scuffling noise as it goes like sprinting away.
Would a hoopoe be able to spot it at this point as I try
check?
to see through its eyes?
Yeah.
Yes.
And yes, the hoopoe is following it, and you can make it out fully. It is absolutely some sort of tarantula baseline, but rather than having like a truly arachnid body, it has a tarantula body plan with dog's legs and a hyena's head. It is a large, large head with big jaws. And its huge furry abdomen is like uncannily mammalian in appearance. Additionally, all of its feet are, you know how spiders have like that hook sort of foot style to them, right? It has, again, hook-like feet, but in mammalian form, which would explain the footprints you were seeing.
Does it seem to match the description? It does, right?
There's no way it wouldn't. But the other thing that you would notice about it is that there are a small number of young clinging to the abdomen.
And does the size also seem congruent with what we have seen?
About that, yeah. In terms of size, this thing is like comfortably the size of Karanis' horse. So, big. Though, lower splayed body plan.
I continue to imitate the angered snarl at full volume while chasing after it. Get my egret to chase after it.
Yeah. And you can see that she's ready to go. She's like eager to try to fight. But as you're doing so, by the way, you would start to hear more of their calls, especially now that you're getting quite close to that pocket valley.
That's a problem. Like similar. Does it sound like they are from similar sized individuals?
For sure.
Okay. Well, do I think they would be able to encircle me like soon? Or is it more just like distant calls for now?
Right now, calls are pretty distant, but judging by what you've seen and heard thus far, these things can move fast.
Okay.
Though, also judging by what you're seeing and hearing, they don't have great endurance. They can go for these like short bursts, and then they like wait, and then they go burst again.
Okay. If I see through the eyes of the hoopoe see the spider already slowing down, then so do I. I want to catch up with it, but I don't want to like literally like sprint into it, right? I want to approach like at least semi-slowly if possible.
Sure. Are you going to try to approach during one of the periods where it's not rushing?
Yes.
Before we go further with that, given that the Karanis, Shackle, Xela, and Avanya have been following Vitus's initial call, they get down to where they thought they heard him from, but they would also hear at this point the distant cackling and sounds of the wild farers, which initially would just be like another sound of the night. But as the calls become more repeated and also more of the same calls start emanating out, particularly some aggressive sounding ones, it would become a lot less like ambient and ignorable, particularly given how relatively close a lot of these calls are to your position in comparison to many of the others that are way out across the vista. At this point, now that the calls are becoming a little more prominent and repeated, actions from Avanya and Karanis. I guess we'll start with Avanya.
Do we hear the sound from the sky?
You would hear also, yes, that distant screech up in the sky, though it would not be like as immediately obvious to you guys, though it would still be something that you would hear and could process. It just wouldn't be like scary to you, given that you're not girly.
Fair. Okay. In that case, how accurate is the itsy bitsy spider? It's just like a baseline.
As you're drawing, as in?
No. At the nursery rhyme. Do spiders in fact hate water? Is that accurate to spiders?
Some spiders can actually walk on water, and others can swim. So it completely depends on the spider.
How accurate is the itsy bitsy spider if we replace spider with dog?
I think most dogs would either have a blast getting washed out of a drain pipe by rain, and the rest would hate it and want to go inside. So again, it would depend on type. Now, if we're talking cats, that's another story entirely. I've met exactly like two cats in my life that liked water.
I do not recall the image of the dog spider also having cat traits. No. So I'm gonna...
I do have to interject though. Yeah. Hyenas are actually more related to cats than they are to
Bingo!
dogs.
Yes, so. Hyenas are more closely related to cats than dogs.
And it does. I thought it sounded like a hyena, so I'm gonna say Ivania knows that too, and so she's gonna go ahead and go, "Excuse me, everybody, for a moment. I need to," and she's gonna like roll back on baby, so she's in the back of the group now, and then go. Okay, it's time for rain. The spider hates rain. Dog may be naked, but the hyenas don't. And we're gonna have rain, and it's going to fall. And we're going to have a good time in the mud. And no slugs, please. And then she's doing storm brewing.
And as Ivania is storm brewing, Karanis, towards the head of the group, with the sounds of the calls getting closer and a little more aggressive. What do you want to do?
Definitely going to start. I'm gonna look to Phoenix and say, we should get moving. Let's go faster.
And Shaka would say, towards yon calls.
Yes.
Right. And as you were saying this, however, he would actually hold out his hand and says, there he is. And a beautiful moth would land in his hand. It's big. It's big for a moth, right? It's like yay big, right? But it is yet just a moth. And Shaka would take it on his hand and like put it atop his head. And then like bring his body low to Phoenix's back as Phoenix would start to move quicker. What else would Karanis do as Phoenix is beginning to pick up the pace?
So hearing the aggressive cries, it's going to, dispel one of those gauntlets. Get the bastard sword ready.
Yep.
And I'm gonna look around for Redness because he's probably way behind it. Yeah, he's gone.
Now, as you are looking around for him, you would find Revnus like relatively close by, but Revnus is not doing what you might expect him to be doing. He's not stalking or hearing things, or he's not even necessarily hiding from the strange cries. Instead, you can see that he is low against the ground with his tail up and twitching, looking at flat, empty ground, and is in full prowl mode.
Okay. Nice. Is he going in the same direction we are, or is he looking completely...
No, he's kind of in the direction you are, but he's not pointing in that direction. He's kind of pointing off to the side towards what just looks like empty ground.
Okay. That's suspicious. I don't want to get off the path here, but I'm also curious about that. But he's in our way, so I'm gonna go towards that, and if we pass by that, I'm going to jump off.
Yep.
By that point.
And as you clatter to the ground, you can see that Revnus, as per usual, doesn't really acknowledge your appearance. But he just kind of like stalks slowly closer to, again, just a patch of empty ground with his tail continuing to twitch. And as he gets a little closer, he brings out one like cautious paw and does, the like thing, on what again looks like empty ground.
I'm going to slam my my shield hand into that spot in the ground. I'm curious. I want to see if there's an ambush.
And as you do so, your fist sinks through the earth as you cave in a false trapdoor. And almost immediately, Revnus leaps past you and dives into it. You hear a flurry of noise. You hear a from inside, and then some slashing noises and a bite. And then Revnus hauls out a dead creature about his size that he just tore to shreds.
Oh, what does the creature look like?
It is precisely what I just described to Tamash, a hybridized hyena tarantula. Though it's small. It's only about the size of Revnus.
So it's one of the babies. Oh, we found the tunnels, the cave, because they're cave dwellers, right? That's what it was.
That is part of what Vitas had inferred, yes. But in this case, the trap, the false top to the ground was impeccably done. Like it was very, very convincing camouflage.
Gotcha.
Before we go further, Avanya, while you are doing your storm brewing, or if you have other additions to that storm brewing, what else would you like to do?
Oh god. I don't know if the spiders took the guy. I think whatever the big thing was probably took him. And so I'd like to look around and see if there's any convenient fabric that would indicate anything, because that's what happened last time.
What's your luck stat?
1. No, 2.
Yeah. That's what I remembered. Now, as you are looking around, there is no convenient fabric, unfortunately. However, we do have convenient instat to play with, and so because of that, the question I would have is, why would that piece of cloth have been pinned behind a rock there? What is Avanya thinking?
Could it have been placed? Is it like a knot? I assumed it was like a, oh no, it got placed there thing. Like, uh-oh, we were in a fight, it got caught. Was it placed there intentionally? I know the slash marks, some of the slash marks were intentional.
Yeah, some of the slash marks were definitely intentional. To have that be placed there intentionally would be quite the coincidence, given that boulder was enormous and Karanis is very strong, and so it would have taken a lot of oomph to heft it. But why would there have been a fight there and then, especially one that seems to have been probably pretty recent?
Why? I have no idea why. Because they were trying to fight the monster? You're trying to lead me to something and I'm not getting
it. No. Well, let's play with that more. Why would they have been fighting the monster?
Because they don't want to get eaten?
So who attacked who?
I assumed the monster attacked first.
But then again, the monster also seems to have invaded the Seeker's camp as well. So if it invaded the Seeker's camp, somehow got driven off maybe or ran off maybe with one of the Seekers, and then happened to crash into another group of
so
guys.
Wait, hold up, go back. So originally they said that the monsters didn't want to fight them because they were all together.
Yep.
But they were all together when this incident took place.
Though admittedly it was night, so they would have been sleeping.
Yeah, but even still, so it could have been that the other guys aggressed the monsters first, the monsters happened to run in. Something
That's
like
what
that?
we're talking about.
Okay.
That seems way more likely. Because also they had a fire going. And while this hasn't been explicitly stated, Avanya, it's a very easy inference to make that fire would definitely deter the wildfarers. Otherwise, how did they sleep safely before
at
now?
all? Yeah. Okay. So the other guys. What if? Was there a direction to the crashing or the tracks? Which way are the tracks going?
So
that original place.
The tracks from the big tree breaker or from the hyena tarantulas?
Well, start with tree breaker. Were they going towards the tent or away from it?
Excellent question. Initially, it looked like they were going away from the tent. However, given that she followed them up for a good while, they actually sometimes look like they crossed back and forth a little bit. And so it could be that they were initially led towards the tent and then maybe went back the same way they came.
Okay. So... Okay, so going down the spider path seems reasonable because it seems like this other beast was distracted by having to have this conflict with this other group.
Yeah, that does definitely seem to be the case. But it also the idea that the this rival group may have like driven or baited or whipped up the animals into attacking the seekers is looking more and more likely.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
And then obviously they can't control the thing, so maybe it turned on them. And or just like decided, oh, well, these ones are too much trouble. I'm going to go get the ones that were driving me around in the first place.
Okay. Checks out. Oh God. Is it possible that the other group has Ethel and the knight and not the monsters at all?
That would be a great question. The only thing that would seem unlikely to that is that Gurley didn't make any mention of them, so clearly she saw Falstaff and Ethel being carried off by creatures. So
specifically the spiders.
Yeah, because otherwise she wouldn't have produced that image from Vitus. However, maybe the soldiers jumped them and grabbed the people from them, though that would be very tricky of a maneuver. If they were trying to get rid of them, what better way than to have them get eaten by wild farers? Like, they don't don't have much reason to try to capture.
Okay. So going down the spider path is strong evidence to it.
Yeah, strong evidence.
The other path is just there.
Yep, strong evidence to it for sure. Although, you bringing up a kidnapping or a capturing thing does actually lead to one quite interesting point. Lady Ethel is a noblewoman and a court mage and has state secrets. Like, she is a court mage. And as such, if they were going to capture someone, it would be her. But maybe they'd try to capture her from out of the lair of the creatures rather than, like, from their jaws. That seems very risky.
Okay. We'll keep an eye out for people. And then just keep going down this path, also singing the Little Rain song.
Now, the rain clouds are starting to build quite quickly, and it would be at this point that Avanya would catch up with Karanis. Xela is, like, lingering a little ways beyond, but is clearly trying to, like, make sure Karanis doesn't get completely left behind. And Avanya would see Karanis next to his very pleased-looking cat, has one of this mauled creature on the ground in front of him.
I would like him, please.
And Revnus would pick up the mauled little creature and hop up and deposit it proudly on your lap.
Thank you very much. You did so good. How's it do? What's it do?
Once again, it is like the tarantula hyena. It's creepy and weird looking, but I think Avanya would probably find it quite cute were it not bloodied and ripped apart.
Okay, so sad it's dead. How does it eat?
It has, again, hyena jaws and a mouth. It would rip things apart with its big chompy teeth.
Hyenas are traditionally scavengers.
They can hunt, but they're able to scavenge because they can crack bone.
Okay.
And they are also able to scavenge because they can literally fight away lions from their prey.
Oh, and also they have great disease resistance, but these are, again, various...
Here's the question I have. If it had two tasty people it was gonna eat, would it just go for it? Would it start eating it as soon as it got to a safe place?
Ooh, that's a great question. This is a very small one, probably a baby, given that Avanya has already kind of deduced babies are an option.
But I also know they're in packs.
Yeah, indeed. So maybe they have like a food sharing or distribution thing. And also they are part spider, and spiders do tend to save things.
Okay, so they could still be alive. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Karanis, follow-ups from you as Avanya is investigating the mauled young.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna go up to Revnus, let him say, "Good work. Let's look for more of them." And let's move quick. I'm gonna go towards the way that Phoenix went riding off towards.
Yep.
Beaches there, and I'm gonna, keep looking around. Have Revnus specifically hunting them out.
Yeah. And you can see that now that Revnus knows better what he's looking for, he'll go along. You can see he's kind of listening and smelling. And then eventually he'll like get low and tail twitching make his way over to another open patch of ground and then kind of paw at it so that you can punch it open and he can dive in and rip the thing apart.
Perfect. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
And as you do so, after taking down your second one, Xela, who's nearby watching, exclaims, "Goodness gracious! The Kur are hiding under our very feet. I would have never guessed."
They're prepared for ambush.
And as Revnus tosses another one out and then pounces after it to rip it up a little bit more, Xela says, "If that's what we're dealing with, and the young are this coordinated as to be able to, what is this, keep sentry? Or maybe they're waiting as ambush reserves? That can only mean two things. One, that these are very intelligent creatures that work together, and two, well, they have enough of a hierarchy to determine this sort of work. Not something I would be necessarily expecting to see. Farers, where I come from, are typically quite solitary."
Yeah, it seems like we've got quite a social system with these guys.
She says, "But that also does mean, if they have all of their young deployed in this nature, that they likely expect us to follow. Or if not expect us to follow, they are on high alert."
They're waiting.
Wonderful.
We need
Walking
we
into
need the big
traps,
one.
my favorite. It would not be the first time it's happened to me.
Hey, I'll face check any traps we have. That's what I'm here for.
She says, "Well then, rather than trotting along on the ground, here. You offer Shackle a ride in your saddle, I'll offer one in mine. Tallow can carry you."
Well,
Nope. He died again. Here. Well, before Connor yeah, there he is.
You
He
hear me now?
realized. Okay.
Hey, okay, good. Yep. So I'm gonna hop on. And Repnus is probably fast enough, but I'm gonna offer him to come up if he wants.
Yeah.
I think he's going.
Revnus is having too good of a time of ferreting out spider hyenas on the ground. And so as such, Xela and Tallow would kind of like follow behind him to give you the opportunity to punch open holes for him to rip them out of. You guys actually make your way through like 5 or 6 of them. Before we go further though, Mary, I saw you looking very excited there. Follow-ups from Avanya before I jump back to Vito's.
So here's first question. Does Avanya have a needle and or like a lighter in her toolbox?
Oh, in her toolbox? Yeah, absolutely.
I would like to fix this spider baby's wounds that caused him to bleed out. Oh, and before I do, I want to shove one of my lightning bolts in it.
Like literally bodily inside of it?
Yeah.
Nice. Are you gonna
Kinda
set off?
haphazardly.
Are you gonna set off the lightning bolt or leave it undetonated for the moment?
Leave it undetonated. I'm gonna detonate it later.
I have a feeling.
Okay.
And as Avanya is doing her best Mary Shelley cosplay, let's jump back over to Vito's. On like a dry like bank area. It's kind of like at an angle and there's not too many trees. You have zoomed like up after the retreating spider hyena, and as you break through the trees into sight of it, you can see that it has turned and is kind of backing away from you. Its hyena jaws are large, by the way, and it's like flexing and like baring its teeth intimidatingly. And you would also see that there is a loose, for want of a better term, like goo that is kind of like dripping, not from a spinneret on its abdomen, but from its jaws, which actually congeals on the ground in a loose facsimile of a very crappy spider web.
I have a perfect solution for that. Wittes does a sharp whistle, and with that I order my European Robin to strike, striking for its forehead.
Attack Robin! Describe,
yes.
give the wording on how that gear piece works.
Yes. So the Robin is actually a diving falcon. A flying beast exceptionally well trained, can be skinned to be much larger than normal, but has enhanced impact force and durability inversely proportional to its size.
Yeah.
Meaning that because of being very small, it's going to have great durability and be quite good at.
Because this thing is so small, it is a little cannonball. And as it comes
wait. Yeah. I wanted to just like out of nowhere like pet it, just like stop flapping its wings and it just like falls down like a
That's great. So it doesn't dive, it drops.
Yes.
The drop Robin. It's like, and you can see that the spider hyena is immediately like crashed to the ground with its jaw like clearly broken from the blow from above as the Robin kind of like flitters off of it.
And with that, I want to jump off my mount while reaching with my left hand into the improvised torch that I have made.
Yeah.
And I want to do an arcane manifestation of wielding the flame in my left hand.
Ooh, that's very cool.
I'm perfectly fine with this burning me.
I am completely okay with that, especially with the burning portion.
Right. And as I reach into the fire and get burned, can that be a basis for a Mimesbrunner?
What are you trying to get out of the Mimesbrunner? I may need you to do more damage to yourself to get a big one.
Who is this beast working with?
And as you are activating the Mimesbrunner, I can give you a direct answer based on just the small amount of damage of holding the burning flame in your hand. The answer is very simple in terms of who it is consciously working with. It's Pack. And that is it.
There is no human directly involved in this.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said consciously working with.
Yeah, so there's no one who is like directly involved, like with the creature's knowledge.
Yes, exactly correct. And as you hold the handful of fire, the spider hyena, in pain and clearly terrified, bunches itself as far back against a tree as it can, and you can see that its scoop-like hands begin rapidly digging with like its hind legs as it starts to like tuck itself down to the tree, into the crook of the tree, kind of like how some animals will do like a partial like little hole to like expose less of their body to a threat.
You are not going anywhere! And I want to use my graven staff to, with the power of my voice, like part the dirt, the ground apart.
Yep. And it...
Yeah. Now stay before I lose my patience. And I want to be approaching the fire in my hand and sort of the graven staff pointed at it. It seems to be semi-conscious, right?
Yeah.
As other beasts in this area are.
Yep.
Where is the knight? Lead me to him! And I want to almost like poke into its jaw with the graven staff.
Yeah,
like,
it tries to bite at the staff, but of course, given how wounded its jaws are, it barely even scratches it. And then it kind of like slowly kind of pulls itself out of its hole. Low and docile, like not docile, but like submissive.
Lead me to the knight, and I shall let you go.
And you can see kind of like a camel, it bunches up saliva and lets some dribble onto the ground and starts moving. But you notice that the saliva, when it hits the ground, congeals like silly string, for want of a better term, right? and it makes this kind of like hard thread on the ground as it starts to move and leaves the string behind it.
All right. Is it walking slowly?
Yeah.
3 pluses to intelligence inference. Is that above that other spiders are to follow? Which is
Oh,
making it
absolutely.
right now.
No doubt about that.
Do I think I would even be able to communicate the idea that it should stop doing that?
These things are intelligent, but they also
Yeah.
have different ranges of knowledge. This might be the only way it knows to lead you.
Oh. How thoughtful. Well, in that case, I follow, I suppose.
You can feel Girly underneath you being tense. You can feel her like, with your spirit, you can actually see her looking for the exact spot on the back of its neck that she could stab with her beak to kill it. But as she kind of like pads along directly behind it, her bird talons scratching in the ground, you would hear other cackles out from the woods again. There's a lot of them and they're close and they're no longer trying to hide themselves. That said, Vitus still is holding fire in his hand, though it is at this point really painful to do so. Remind me your resilience stat.
0 pluses.
That's what I thought.
But I have something to do, though I could use a bit more time because I need to think of.
Yep, I will give
specific
you a little
wording.
more time as you're walking through the woods surrounded by spider hyenas as this badly wounded one is leaving this trail for you to follow. Jumping back over to Karanis and Avanya. Now, Avanya, if you're going to be riding on Baby and stitching, I'm guessing that that's most of what you're focusing on. Are you still singing to yourself?
She's kind of doing a little hum, and it's mostly still about Rain, but like on occasion it's about what she's actively doing. Also, if there are any red flowers, she just wants to grab those. if those are there.
There are no red flowers like she recognized last time for sure.
Are there any other flowers that could maybe be magic?
There are the occasional kind of dry bud, but this is not a very flowery area. So if she wants to just grab like random herbs that she passes by.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, totally. And Karanis, ahead with the 2 knights, or rather, Shackle and Phanix well ahead of you, and then you and Sheila a little behind with Revnus alongside. You would be the first to start to feel rain dripping from on high. Although it's initially a very fine rain. This place is so dry, it feels like it only gets rain a couple times a year. What would Karanis do? Is he going to still be devoting himself to like ripping the young out of the ground, or is he going to try to catch up to Shackle more than anything else?
Gonna try to catch up to Shackle. He's now that we've established the young are hiding, he wants to find the big one.
Yeah, absolutely. And you would
Yeah.
hear the cackling and the yapping of them off in the woods. It's quite loud at this point. You would hear also Vitus's distant voice during that one point where he like kind of empowered it and boomed out. So you would have an idea of where he is. This would be the point where you catch up with Shackle, who's off listening into the woods, shaking his head. He says, "He's a brave one. That old man, he's a brave one indeed. I certainly hope we will not find him dismembered."
Yeah, we need to get to him soon.
And as he looks over his shoulder, he calls after, back towards Avanya, and he says, "My fair Fia, are you going to be riding alongside us? We don't wish to leave you far behind."
I'm coming. I'll just also make it wait. It's okay. I will get there in my time.
Lovely. Absolutely delightful. So you are the source of this rare source of moisture here, then?
I did not know it was rare. I hope I did not ruin the ecosystem in the area.
Well, I'm sure the trees will thank you, if nothing else.
Okay, you're welcome, trees. I'm going to keep making rain. You're welcome.
And Shackle, trying to be polite but completely uncertain of how to respond to that, turns his whole attention to Karanis instead and says, "Given the obvious aggression they seem to be showing, I think we should be fully expecting hostilities."
Most definitely.
He says,
I'm all for it.
Your fare is, of course, yours whenever you should need. I'm accustomed to fighting afoot."
Mm. Yep. Well, I can do both, but we can ride there and drop off if necessary.
And Sheila says, "What did the foot ever do to you, Shackle?" And he laughs. And after another moment, he would slide off the back of Phanex and go over and gently kind of touch him on the shoulder and politely thank him for carrying him. And then kind of whirl his axe about himself. It's a big weapon, like it's a big bearded axe, two-handed bearded axe. But he kind of takes point in front of the two horses as he kind of strides towards the trees. Karanis would be able to feel his nerves, though it feels like the nerves before, from Karanis' perspective, the nerves before a joust rather than the nerves before a battle. What would?
Oh, okay. Nerves before joust. You said sorry.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a nerves to perform rather than a nerves to die. What does Karanis want to do from here if he's getting back aboard Phanex?
So getting back aboard Phanex, I think I'd actually like to get their attention. I think I want to start up a Gareth things.
This is the customary slam breastplate, Gareth thinks, that we know Karanis for.
Yeah, slamming my chest and shouting out loud, "Hey, all attention here!" And then hoping to draw some kind of aggro as well with the perk.
Yep. What is? Give me the wording on your perk again.
Sorry, it is up here. It is aggro of enemies affected by Garethings is drawn, scaling, and powered by closeness of distance and duration of exposure.
Marvelous. And as you do so, Shackle immediately takes up the Garethings, slamming the blade of his axe into his bracer. And even Sheila, using her lance, would start to like clatter her lance as well. She would call out, "I'm wounded. I'm sure that makes me extra tasty, doesn't it?" And Shackle, you could see, would also pause for just a moment to take Smoth, whisper to it, and toss it into the air, who then goes flying off into the woods again. And as your Garethings begins to build and you start to echo out the sound out across the woods, you would start to hear the cackling and yowling drawing closer. In a few places, the ground twitches as some of their trapdoors pop open and some of their young poke their heads out. Avanya, actions that you would like to take as Karanis is building up the Garethings. I'm guessing that you will not participate, but you might.
No, you can do your own thing. I'm busy. Avanya's shoving random shit that she can find into the dead baby, and then fixing him up, hopefully, and then hopefully using her perk.
Yeah, so in this case, random shit, is this like random flowers and stuff that look vaguely medicinal?
Yeah, no, it doesn't need to. Just, I don't know, just whatever. Stuff.
So funny. Yeah. And after like sewing it up to the point where it doesn't have like super visible wounds, but it's just kind of like misshapen and damaged.
And then also like cauterize with the lighter, maybe.
Some of the fur burns off and things like that.
Yeah.
And after making the worst taxidermy known to man, what do we want to do?
Yeah, she's gonna whack it with Thunderclap using her perk, Works You Stupid, which you can smack an object with Thunderclap, causing electricity to surge through it and activate something, and then it might explode. Who knows?
God. And I have a pretty good idea of what you're trying to go for with this. And so the thing would like would wiggle for a second, and then would just kind of like twitch, and its jaws would like.
This counts. Can you walk?
Pokes it.
Okay,
It
well.
slides off of baby onto the ground.
She just she gets off baby to pick it back up.
Yeah.
She's gonna try to like move it to see if it like reacts to any sort of environment more than anything else.
Two things you would note. When rain dribbles on it, it actually goes.
Oh shit. I put my is Talaria the cape?
No, that's your feathered cloak. Is your cape.
Okay, feathered cloak. She's gonna like tie it around like a little like babushka like womp around it. So it's hopefully a little protected from the rain.
And
Okay.
what sort of things are you gonna point it at? Is this just gonna be like a, or are you gonna?
It's
like...
no, it's gonna be like a slow like. Do you have a reaction? Do you
Yeah.
have a reaction? To see like if it is drawn to any certain thing. By the way, Avanya doesn't know that that Damash's character has come up with a much better way of getting this thing deleted to us. So she's doing this in the back.
Now, first thing that she would note is that whenever she points it in the direction of one of those little like trapdoors that one of the other like young is coming out of, it does like move a little bit.
Okay,
Like,
so
wants to go.
it can detect those. That's helpful.
And second of all, when it like you point it in the direction of where most of the calls are coming from, it does them as like trying to like call back.
Oh, I'm so sorry that you are like this. I will kill you after. Don't worry.
Okay, and she'll kind of like she'll get back on baby and hold him out like and just make sure that we don't step in one of the things.
Yeah, and as you're doing that, as it's like kind of gagging and choking on its own existence, Karanis, you would see up ahead with your Garathinks going, movement in the dark trees as they're starting to come into view. They come in like a battle line together, not getting too close, drooling and snarling and yapping at you. They make quite a loud cacophony, loud enough to actually rival your empowered Garathink's noise in terms of total volume. And you see that many times they would also like and like shake their jowls to like spray their weird saliva around, which again kind of firms up like old silly string on the ground. And as you and the two knights, plus your two mounts, are staring down this like group of initially like 4, then it builds to 7, then it builds to 10, and there's still more coming. What do you want to do?
I would like to. I want to wait for them to get together because I want to lock them together, like a group of them in a sheet. Yeah.
And as
I'm like staring them down.
Of note, Shackle is still at the front of the group, still keeping up the Garathinks, and you can feel that his nerves are like building, though you don't feel him scared. He's nervous. Distinction there. And his empowered voice also comes out. Well then, come then, my fine friends. Perhaps in another life, you would have made a good farer, could have had adventures together. But alas for you, I was claimed by a moth, and my life and his are forever now twined. And Sheila would say, you were always a bright one, Shackle. That's probably why Flit likes you so much. You're like a candle. And as the two of them kind of banter back and forth, you would see that one of the larger members of the pack kind of takes one extra, like, multi-legged step forward. And kind of like lowers itself and like it's weird. You know how hyenas have that like hump kind of? It has one of those too that leads into its abdomen, and the fur on the back of that is high on end. They're quite strikingly colored, which you're now only now seeing in the relative starlight of the small clearing that you're in. That said, Karanis would notice something else. While he is drawing more into the clearing, he hears more of them encircling. They don't make any bones about it. They're quite loud, but they're not all coming up in a line in front of him. They're drawing around in different directions as well.
Gotcha. Okay. So if they're encircling us, that's not good. All right. So, but this one seems like the one leading this group, huh?
It's at least big enough
That's
that it could be a leader, and it also, many of them are carrying young on their abdomens. This one is carrying a lot of young on its abdomen, like 7 or 8.
Oh, okay. All right. So what I'd like to do here now, I'm going to stop the Garrett things myself, and I'm going to slam my foot into the ground and say, "It's you and me," and put up a shield wall around us, like total circle.
Yeah.
And I was gonna use the lot, yeah. But and I'd like to. I want to say to this one up front and say, "You're the leader here. Where is your leader?"
And as it kind of lowers its head towards you, you can see that its young start to immediately like kind of bristle up on the back of its abdomen, and it raises its abdomen higher. So its head goes low, its abdomen is raised high as its hind legs kind of arch up. And it starts to kind of walk towards you, almost in like a scorpion-like posture.
Oh, okay.
And as it starts to stalk in your direction, Avanya, actions that you would like to take on back of baby with dead baby in hand and the sounds of more spider hyenas surrounding you in the forest. You are just behind the knights.
Here's the plan. Avanya's he's gonna infiltrate the spiders. So if she hears them coming close, she's gonna get off of her of baby and then put him on the ground and kind of like push him. Yes.
It kind of like waddles out. And as it gets maybe like 10, 20 feet away from you before one of the spider hyenas rushes out of the trees, picks it up gently in its jaws, and rushes away with it.
And there it will explode, maybe, and kill everyone, eventually, whenever that happens. Excellent. My plan worked flawlessly. Now there's a bunch of spiders. Fuck.
And as Avanya looks around, she sees that she's actually pretty much surrounded herself by several of the young ones, which are trying their best to figure out how to climb baby and are having a miserable time with it. Baby is a smooth sphere.
What?
Baby is a smooth-ish sphere, and as such, their little digging claws don't really have any purchase for it.
Oh my goodness! Wait, is Thunderclap off cooldown? Because
No,
I have a new perk I really want to. Oh, it's okay. Okay, we'll just do this the old-fashioned way. What do spiders like? Worm?
What did Avanya think spiders would like?
Worm.
Sure.
Can I find worm, please? I would like one worm. Can I have one worm, please?
This is out of
so
your...
that I can make a friend.
This is out of your toolbox, right?
Oh, no, I was just gonna look on the ground. Toolbox might have worm.
I was
Toolbox
gonna
could
say,
have worm if it's also fishing toolbox.
For Avanya, I could maybe see worm coming out of toolbox.
I would like one worm, please.
This is probably going to be the last I'll let you use the toolbox for a bit, but sure, I'll give you a fucking
That's fine.
worm. Take it away.
Okay, great. I would like one worm, and I would like to hold it out to the baby spiders to
My
befriend
face
them.
hurts. And are
would
like
like
are
them
you
to
like
be my
reaching
friend.
off of baby?
Yeah.
And as you're doing so, you can see that one of the young like looks up to you, and you can see, and it like kind of readies itself. It kind of twitches its abdomen, and it like leaps up. And rather than going for the worm, however, it bites your hand.
Hey, it's bad. Whack.
And as you whack it on the head, Ivania feels an immediate sickening pain as it bites with enough force to fracture her thumb.
Big whack.
Yep. However, it doesn't let go. Its jaws are a vice.
Baby, help! Holds it up to Baby. I don't know what Baby can do. Maybe something.
Baby is a sphere and doesn't really have limbs with which to assist.
She's just gonna hit it with a. She's gonna take a lightning bolt in her hand and just like.
Are you detonating the lightning bolt?
Yeah, she'll let go of it real quick.
Okay.
Beforehand.
It still goes through your hand.
That's fine. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, Ivania's like a little. She has like hair ties that give her pigtails, right?
Yeah.
The hair ties go shooting off. Her hair goes on end, like.
That's fine.
And the spider baby would like drop off of her hand in a heap, leaving her hand bleeding, and like literally she cannot use her left thumb.
You bad baby! Ow!
It did not even touch the worm.
To like put it in her thumb.
Okay, they like people! Okay, you don't get to call him baby! I thought you were my friends! You're very bad! Ow!
My face hurts.
Okay, Vanya is now no longer trying to befriend them. They are her enemy, and she will.
Baby, roll over them!
And Baby does. And given that these have not seen Baby roll yet, immediately like 3 get squashed. However, as it starts to move, and you hear as several of them are rushing away, you also hear as several full-grown adult-ass ones come rushing out of the woods towards her and definitely are tall enough to leap at her.
I don't like you.
Fuck, hold on, I gotta scroll. She'll like Thunderhammer's the toolbox.
Yep.
I guess she hawks it at it.
Fling. And you can see that it like clatters into one of their heads. However, the other 2 are ready to jump at her. Before we go further, I'm getting a knock at my door. Excuse me. Hello. Hey, Sterling.
So, how are we feeling about this?
Hello, or did you have
Bad.
something else to tell me?
I'm doing quite well.
Very, very quick and smooth bad.
You have clothes on, so you need to stay around the corner a little bit, okay?
To be
Hello. Are you going to be good to Mama? Yeah. Thank you. Did you have a good nap?
So funny.
Good guy. Thank you for saying hello.
So we've established that the spider took the knife, but what happened to the maids? Did the maids go with the spiders too?
I'm
I'm assuming so.
Now, before we go much
Yeah,
further, I'm going to jump back to Vichos, and then but before I go to Vichos, I want to start off Karanis' fight. Karanis, as you are being prowled towards, what would you like to do?
Well, it seems like battle is it's what we got here. So as it's prowling towards me, I'm expecting it to either launch one of them or to pounce. So I'm going to stay a little low, and I'm going to move towards it fairly slowly in anticipation.
And as you prowl closer, you hear their cackles and yowls and howls. You hear Ivania yelling and screaming off. You're not really sure what she's saying at the moment. But you hear from it as 3 of its young leap off of its body, 2 on either side of you, and start rushing around to outflank you, 1 on the ground directly in front of you. What do you want to do?
Okay. Making note of the ones that are trying to flank, I'm going to slash out at the one in front.
Yep. And as you do so,
One
it
sec,
was
sorry.
clearly ready and
Oh.
dodges backwards, completely out of the way of your strike. The one that's on your back left, you feel rush in, and you feel it because you can feel its jaws clamp around your like calf area, but it only gets armor there. It's like clearly trying to bite in and get on you. What do you want to do?
That one I'm going to smash down with my shield arm right on its head.
And in that moment when you are smashing down, the big one barrels at you and its enormous jaws slam into your chest area and start to try to find purchase on your side. Though again, you have armor there.
Gotcha. So as it's coming in down, I'm going to try to swing my bastard sword down towards its spine at this point, because it's kind of...
Yep. And as you are swinging down, its legs, given that it has 8 of them, it is actually moving sideways around you as it is biting, almost not like a death roll, but kind of like a death roll, like using its body to get more leverage with its jaws to rip. And as such, your blow doesn't, like, since you're kind of like, not blindly flailing, but you don't have like a perfect clear shot at it, it does not feel like it lands that much. More substantially, though, all of its children have leapt on you at this point. And you feel them like covering your body, trying to like take bites out of anything that is like roughly big enough for their jaws to get around.
Okay. It's not flipping, but he is going to drop the bastard sword at this point and try to grapple the big one.
Where does he want to try to grab it? Is he trying to get one of its limbs, or is he trying to get its jaws or its head?
Trying to get its head, trying to get around its neck.
Yep, with his big ass hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. His might stat is 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, it's given that this has a hyena's head, its neck is actually big enough that you cannot get your hands all the way around its neck. That said, are you still going to try to like push in towards its trachea and try to choke it out?
Yeah, definitely.
And as you grab and twist, you can feel it immediately let go of your side and try to pull away from you, wrenching its head backwards and to the side. It is, again, quite strong, and you don't have a fantastic grip on it because your fingers can't interlace. So what do you want to do?
So I'm going to try to, still trying to hold the grip. I'm actually going to try to body into it. And then, actually, yeah, I'm going to body into it, and I'm try to hug it.
Yeah.
Try to get it into like a clinch. Yeah.
And as you bear hug it, Karanis would feel something disconcerting. That being a kind of clinking sound and a pop, as though like a belt loop breaking, as one of the babies got a piece of armor off of his calf.
Oh, okay.
Managing to rip through the straps, having gotten around.
Yeah. Okay. Well, continuing with the clinch, I'm going to actually try to drop on it. Try to take it off its leg, drop on it, and yeah. And I'm trying to, with one of my hands, I'm going to try to grab one of the legs.
Yep, easily done. There's lots of them.
And crush it. Yeah.
And squeezing in tight, you find that, again, with all the fur and how muscular it is, the crush doesn't feel like it works, but you could try to like bend it up in a way to try to like snap or dislocate a leg.
Perfect. Yeah, definitely gonna try to snap it.
And that at that point you feel kind of a satisfying like as you like clearly break a tendon or something. And you rip one of the legs and disable one of its 8. That said, the head is still the big problem, given that while you are like clinching it quite neatly, it's still able to try to like tear and bite at your armor, and is also big and heavy and just kind of can thud into your chest and be a pain. Before we go further with Karanis' brawl, however, Vitas, pardon the big pause, there's a bunch going on. From your perspective, you have started to emerge from the forest area into the proper pocket valley. The plant life here is much smaller and scrubbier. And also, the entire place is coated in that silly string-like saliva webbing that they create. It's all over the place. You can see that there are dozens and dozens of small cave entrances all over the place, many of which actually have some of them outside, like grooming themselves or preening. However, as you are emerging from here with like still a whole lot of the pack around you, you would hear the distant sound of the Garathinks being initiated, and this would immediately draw away a large amount of the entourage that was kind of escorting you to the pack's stomping ground.
So how many could there be by like very rough estimate following me around?
Following you around at this point, less than half a dozen.
Okay. Well, I feel quite bad for the group that has just drawn a lot of aggro on themselves because I had a solution for that, but whatever. Less work for me, I suppose. Can I, just for a short duration, take the flame and put it on top of my stuff, but sort of make it like hover over the stuff? Instead of like putting it on the stuff?
Yeah, though I should note that'll probably be one of the last manifestations you can do, especially big one.
That is perfectly fine.
Also of note, your hand would be throbbing by this point. Like, completely shiny and red, minimal motility in the fingers. What do you want to do?
Well, would there perhaps be one of the hyenas in the shadow, like, uncomfortably close?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to speak to that one specifically. You are quite bold when hidden under the cover of the night, are you? Well, you better stay in the shadow, lest you feel the wrath of the sun. And I grab this stuff with both of my hands, sort of like swing it like this, and throw the fire into the air, activating Winds of Change. And I want to turn the ball of fire into a small sun.
Oh, that's so cool. And this is happening also at the same time that Vitas would feel a little bit of rain falling. And so...
Also.
Yeah.
Perk. I have a perk for my Winds of Change.
Please tell me. Yes.
Which lets me summon lesser fauna and flora.
Oh god.
So of course, as I am making it day, I want to bring in some sort of like birds that are active at dawn, you know, like early morning birds just chirping cheerfully.
Yep.
And I want just, I don't know, flowers, literally anything growing over the like cobwebs that are scattered on the ground.
Yep, absolutely. And also of note, since this is very isolated, this is like only going to hit their valley, like their pocket area. And with the little sun that you've conjured and the rain falling past it, not only does it make a sun shower with birds chirping and singing around, but as this is happening, all of them immediately, in utter dismay, and calling to each other, and they start to tuck themselves away down into their burrows, which again all have these trapdoor flaps that they open and close quite easily. And you can see them all tucking away from you. The only one that doesn't immediately tuck away from you is the one leaving that trail, which hurries over to one of the trapdoors that has just closed, stops drooling, and then scuttles away into a different trapdoor.
But doesn't like quite get in yet, right?
No, it has not quite gotten in yet.
Does it look like it's just fleeing? It's not leading me anymore, right?
It seems like after it brought the trail to like the little string it was leaving for you to one of the trapdoors, stopped drooling, and then rushed over to another trapdoor to run away.
Okay. Activating my feathered head, which can make my sound emit from anywhere.
Yep.
And my graven staff. I'd like to yell at it, and I'd like my voice to originate from underneath the trapdoor. Just yell at it. You are not done yet! You will be able to leave when I say so!
It almost falls backwards, like only its huge abdomen prevents it from going completely over.
We made a deal, and you better honor it.
And you can see that looking towards you, fearfully, resentfully, it scuttles back over to the trapdoor that it had gotten to and starts to turf it open using its hooked digging hands. Okay. It pulls open the trapdoor and you immediately hear a cackle from inside and it cackles back down. What would Vitas like to do from here?
Sending in the eye in the sky would give me a lot of information, but would also probably result in a dead bird.
Probably result. Yes, exactly. Bird in spider hole. Not a good.
Yes, that's not good. Well, does it seem? It absolutely does seem to like arch in such a way that I cannot see what's down there, right?
No, definitely no. You'd have to go right up to the edge to look down.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm just sort of like peeking over that thing. Is it like possible for an adult person to fit in there?
And as you kind of come over and kind of get a bit of a look, yeah, absolutely. Like you would have to duck for sure, and there's definitely going to be points that you'd have to like crawl or like maneuver very awkwardly, but you could for sure fit.
Okay.
Oh goodness, angry baby.
Is that where they are?
no.
And you can see that as the spider hyena kind of like looks back towards you, it kind of snarls and pants a little bit. But with your spirit stat, you would feel the answer off of it. Even if the answer was reluctant, bitter, seething, and wants to kill you, the answer is yes.
Very well. Now go find yourself a different home.
And you can see it
Go.
scuttles away out across the valley. You hear some cackling from the trapdoor that is now left open that it was speaking into. And you can feel the kind of baleful warning, the kind of snarling that comes out of it.
Vitus is not equipped to fucking infiltrate a dungeon full of spider hyenas by himself. How many could there feasibly be? Just a very rough estimate.
Well, when you saw them rushing into the various trapdoors across the place...
Intelligence inference. Does it seem likely that they are all the like underneath, or the tunnels are actually interconnected?
100% yes. There's no chance they aren't.
I'm fucked.
Okay.
Would be very convenient.
Wait a second, we'll get there.
Would be very convenient to have a map right now. Just checking. I absolutely do not hear any human voices, right?
Oh, you do actually.
No.
They're just rather distant and are behind you rather than in front of you and are yelling and fighting.
Okay. I whistle to my eye in the sky to bring the rest of the team here.
Yep.
While I take my Robin, I think at some point Vitus would have just picked it off the ground.
We're just kind of like chilled out there. I give up.
Yeah. Yeah. And I want to fling it back into the air after, giving it a little like encouragement.
The Robin would like and then kind of catch itself before it and flip.
What a good bird, I love it. And the ultimate play would be doing great and durable to enlarge the Robin and then make it plummet into the den. But I think that may result in our targets dying. So
the meteor Robin.
Yeah, I think for now Vitus is just making sure that the volley is safe. Am I still being observed, or are all of them hidden?
And as he kind of casts his eyes around, he doesn't have the sensory to pick out eyes or notice them like observing him, but he has the spirit to feel that they are. He knows he's being watched. He knows he's being monitored. Exactly how, he doesn't know, but there's at least 3, probably more, that are solely dedicated to keeping eyes on him.
Okay. Inference. If someone was to start a fire in there, the spiders would probably immediately run away, wouldn't they?
That sounds very inference-ish, yes.
That being said, there are still people in there, so...
Yeah, and also, I should also note that the rain that is falling is starting to pool slightly. It's not heavy rain, of course, but this is very dry ground, and it's drinking up the water pretty fast and also causing it to rivulet down into the valley and also drip down into many of the trapdoors.
You know what? As I am waiting for the rest of my team, I activate my weathered cloak. I'll hang it on a loose branch and then sit down, activating the effect of the weathered cloak, which lets me pitch a simple hideout and its supplies and furnishings. So as it's raining, can I get a little like makeshift roof over my head?
Yeah, absolutely. Though in this case, it would be kind of like finding functionally a makeshift roof.
Sure. Maybe the branches are sort of like get re-angled to me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Right. Maybe like a conveniently placed rock rises from the ground for me to sit on.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wait. Smoking my pipe and just chilling.
And as you enjoy the beautiful sun shower in the middle of night in a desert, well, not desert, but in a very dry location, let's jump back over to the brawl. Avanya, you threw your toolbox at one of them. However, you have two more leaping up towards you, easily high enough to reach you on top of Baby.
Okay, great. All out of the blue towards anything. Literally anything.
And
out of the way.
Given that out of the blue wants to go down generally, and also likes conductive things, it hits Baby. And just kind of puts you through Baby and turfs you out the bottom of Baby.
Okay, great. Under Baby. There's tons of spiders down here. Get back on Baby.
And as you start to climb back up on top of Baby, you're like halfway up Baby when you come literally face to face with one of them, snarling down at you from on top of Baby, who is not moving, is not going to roll around because you're trying to climb up Baby, and that would squash you.
Yep. Is Thunderclap off cooldown?
No.
What? Outrageous! I hate that.
It's a mid cooldown.
What do you mean? What? It's cool. Oh, it's cooldown's mid. Fuck you,
Yes.
Robbie. Okay. Great. Lightning bolt.
And as you are going to pull the light, what's your lightning bolt skinned as?
It's a crystal.
Crystal, yeah. As you are pulling the lightning bolt, its jaws open big enough to rip off your face. However, before you even get the lightning bolt into your hand, its head kind of drops down in front of you. And you can see that it is completely decapitated in front of you as you feel a hand under your butt shove you up onto Baby.
Who is this?
Do you want to take the time to look, or are you going to get onto Baby and roll?
Yes.
And looking down, you can see it is Sir Shackle with his great axe.
Great. Okay, I understand. Back on.
And as Baby is rolling away, you can see that Shackle...
Did I just abandon him? Is he gonna die?
Oh, you see that immediately as you roll away, another one leaps at him. He manages to hack into it, but is knocked onto his back.
Great. Okay. Can Baby like swing around and try to roll onto whatever just hit him?
Yeah, do you want to roll and like charge?
Yeah. Yeah, and also while we're at it, how bad is my thumb? Am I hallucinating? What's going on?
No, you are not hallucinating. It just like fractured one of your hand bones, which means that
so it's not like poisoned.
No. You are not poisoned, at least not that you feel yet.
Great, cool. Yeah, roll over that guy. Not the guy, the whatever. Fucking kill it!
As Baby charges and paints spider hyena all over the forest, Shackle backward rolls to his feet, jumps up, grabs onto a tree branch, and pulls himself up high to get out of the way of like the young ones that were snapping at him.
Can I roll Baby over to try to like get him onto Baby?
Yep, he jumps onto Baby as soon as you get into sight. And
Baby, just go!
You see his axe blade fly past your face as he whirls it over your head to knock another of the adults that were leaping up to attack you as well. And as you do so, he says, "Bring your steed around towards Xela. We need to get her out of there. She's wounded."
Hey, go down whatever way he told you to go.
And Baby like rolls around in a circle for a moment, confused, before picking a direction.
I have an off-topic fear.
Yes.
So I sent in my zombie baby to infiltrate the spiders,
Yes.
with the hopes that it will explode. Good God, what if it explodes onto the people we're trying to rescue?
That would, in fact, be a fear, wouldn't it?
Yes! It is a sudden and very strong fear that I have, and I'm just hoping my +2 to luck lets it not happen.
Now, do you have an idea of when you would like it to explode?
Sometime.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
It'll explode at some point. Whatever is convenient for you, Robbie.
Quite. As Shackle as Shackle directs Baby towards Shayla, Baby smashes over like a small tree as he does it, and like barrels through, and you can see that Sheila on back of her snake are pressed up against Karanis' shield wall, which he's used to like encircle just himself and one other in a duel. She has her lance up and is barely trying to hold off the ones rushing at her, while her snake is not even using its jaws. It's using its tail to like swat them away. And they're just trying to hold space.
And I throw a lightning bolt at the babies that are trying to hit her.
Yes, for sure.
Try to like clear a path.
As if one of them is toasted, a bunch of the others and go like sprinting away. However, at this point, the rain is falling heavier. Oh, excuse me, I'm getting another knock at my door. Yes? Oh, is it a moralizing flash?
No. This is the best thing I ever see. Completely overflow the diaper. Took out the bedding. I wiped it.
Is this moralizing?
I'm Harold.
And the purple crayon.
The purple crayon.
It is a harrowing and the purple crayon experience. I'm sorry, darling.
So much.
Uh,
And Waylon was covered. It was on his sweater. It
oh,
was
God.
Okay.
Well, good job, love.
Thank you. I love you.
I love you too. My wife had a large shit to deal with. And also, look, I got a bouquet from my son again.
She's just
How
saying,
cute is that?
"Oh,
This now
nice."
will replace my old bouquet, which is wilted. Okay, pardon me. I apologize for the recurrent delays. My wife just needed some remoralization.
No problem.
As Ivania toasts one of the ones that Sheila is dealing with, the rain is starting to fall more. She looks up towards you guys, but also, the storm that Ivania has brought in, even if it's not explicitly something she intended, is very much a lightning storm. And lightning flashes across the sky with a great boom of thunder as well. There's like more thunder and lightning than there is rain. But from here, before we go further with that, Karanis, having just broken or dislocated one of its legs, pinning the big one down, the little ones are swarming you, and one of them managed to get off the armor on your left calf.
Yep. So I'm gonna pull it back up. I'm gonna turn around the way, turn it the way we came, and I'm gonna yell out, "Phoenix, charge me!"
And as you do
I'm
so,
just gonna hold it and
your shield wall parts. Phoenix comes barreling in full tilt towards you.
nice.
And how are you going to pull this off? I know what you're going for. Talk me through it.
So I'm going to, I'm gonna turn it towards him. I'm gonna, with my other hand around, I'm gonna try to snap another leg to keep it busy.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna, actually, to lessen the blow to myself, I'm gonna kind of like shift my weight back, because I'm gonna get hit by Phoenix. So that's okay. But 4+ resilience. I'm taking the hit.
Yeah.
But hopefully it's not as bad if I'm moving in the same direction.
Yeah. And as you roll backwards, for the first time, I don't know, probably not in your life, but first time probably on a battlefield, you take a hoof clean to the stomach. Just boom! And this is like a warhorse charge empowered hoof to the stomach. Even with 4+ to resilience and your full plate, this completely wins you. And would
Sure.
even with 3+ resilience, I might make it have it make you like throw up or something. Like this is a brutal punch.
Makes sense.
Hoof punch.
Yeah.
However, you can hear the yelping yowls of pain as the creature is stomped and then is grabbed by Phoenix's teeth and like thrown to the side. And as it gives another yowl, another hoof slams into its jaw and completely breaks its jaw. Phoenix stomps in place, tossing his mane and kicking wildly and stomping at the like small ones that were scurrying around him, but they start to rush away as well. And then he like turns to face you with his mane like flowing around him and rain pouring around him, and he's like completely high on adrenaline at the moment.
Nice. Now, good work, Phoenix. Badass as always. I'd like to mount Phoenix at this point, and I'm gonna charge to where I forgot what her name was. Snake woman.
Yep, Sheila.
Sheila. I'm gonna charge to where she is, and slash. Well, no, Master Twin Sound. Yeah, I'm just gonna like scoop low and just punch whichever one's near her and say, "We gotta get to Vita's."
And as Karanis comes barreling out from his shield wall, he would come not face to face because he would collide, right? But he would pass straight by Avanya as he's doing so, who's rolling in from the other direction. So the two of you would like cross up Sheila from her position and drive away the ones that were bearing in on her. As Karanis says, getting to Vita's, Shackle, who is now on the back of Baby with Avanya, would say, "Aye, and I know where he is." Here. And he would kind of put his arms on Avanya's shoulders and says, "Spurn your fine farer yonder." And he points over her shoulder.
Here we go.
Oh, can I, to Sheila, I'd like to say, would you like to get on? It'd be safer up here.
And you can see that Sheila shakes her head and says, "I shan't be parted from Tallow. He and I have been through too much to leave him on his own."
Understandable. Stay close to me.
She says, "Come on, you. Let's go, you great noodle. We gotta keep up." And as the group of you go rushing through the woods, Shackle will call over his shoulder, "My guess is that we have only briefly interrupted the pack's attack upon us. They've been scared off, but I'm sure they'll be back in greater numbers."
Oh, yeah.
And as you guys rush through the woods, Avanya is the first to see the great valley. That's, again, the vegetation here is much lower. You would see the water flowing freely, and you would also see a small sun right above the valley, making it look like it is day just here. In the sunlight, your beautiful rainstorm looks like a sun shower, and the lightning flashing overhead almost looks like sun cats.
I wanna check out what the new sun is. What's going on with that?
Definitely magic. Just going on a colossal limb here. Definitely magic. And but the source of it is soon evidenced by a puff of smoke that emanates out from under a bough to your left.
Maybe that's a friend. Go.
And Vitos, who has had a couple of minutes just to kind of chill and enjoy being himself for a little bit, would have a big metal ball come rolling past in front of him as Shackle jumps down. And then the beating of hooves as Karanis and Phoenix would come riding up, and then Tallow bringing up the rear. As Avanya waves to Vito's actions from
Hello,
her.
Vitas. I made a zombie baby and then somebody else bit my thumb and it's broken.
And
That is an interesting story. I cannot say that my experience has been as drastic.
Of note, as you're holding out your hand, Shackle would immediately take Avanya's hand and says, "How dare they?" And he immediately takes out a handkerchief.
Oh, thank you. I was using my shirt and now my shirt is yucky.
He binds up the wound, kind of tutting and fretting over it. Karanis, actions from you.
Oh, sorry, one more thing.
So-
I want to point out,
Yeah.
since he would have several minutes to himself, he would be whittling a bird. out of like a piece of wood.
That's great. And Karanis, as you come stomping into view of Vitas as Avanya is showing off her wound, what would you do?
Are we in the tunnel? We're just outside the tunnels at this point, right?
Yeah, you're outside. It's like a valley bowl, kind of like nestled against the side of a bunch of cliffs, and then all of these little like hidden entrances are scattered everywhere. Karanis would not see any of them besides the one that was left open, but he knows kind of what to look for, you know, so he can imagine there's a lot more.
Yeah. Gotcha. Pizzas. Well, we finally got to you. Have you laid eyes on the prisoners?
They are somewhere underground in here. Rest assured, we are safe on the surface for now, for as long as the sun shines.
And Sheila looks to you and says,
drop off.
"Have I died then? Is this what happens when you die? You see the sun at nighttime?"
It's magic.
I would presume so.
We're not dead yet.
And follow-ups from Vitas.
Well, does anyone perhaps have a way of locating the two people that we are looking for?
And Shackle holds out his hand and his moth lands again. He says, "Well, Flit found you. I think he can probably find our companions."
I do think it's quite safe for him to fly into the tunnels.
My guess is yes. He says, "Look about." And he gestures around the valley littered with bones. He says, "These don't look like insectivores to me."
I hope you're right.
I do too. And he whispers again to his moth and then sends it off, and the moth kind of flutters over in that drunken way moths do and then vanishes down the hole. And as he does so, he says, "Then we have a moment of respite?"
Quite so, yes.
Very well. And he kind of slumps against the haft of his axe, looking exhausted.
I have seen the large... Oh.
Avanya, fire away.
Can I find a stick?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
And Vitas, follow-ups from you.
I have seen the large spider. It should pose no threat to us.
And Sheila looks to you kind of like, "I'm glad we know. That solves all of our problems."
Question: Would he have been significantly larger than the other ones?
The one that you cornered earlier. From what you saw, probably average size, maybe a little big.
Okay.
For their adults.
And with the splendors. Oh, there's still several dozen more.
And Sheila says,
So
"I think we encountered a few of them. Their hospitality left something to be desired, although it seems as though they've set up you with a rather nice spot."
As I said, my path here was quite uneventful.
You hear that, Tallow? Rather uneventful. Oof. If only. If only. And Karanis, what do you want to do?
Is Garrett things off cooldown?
No.
Fair. Okay. Then I'm not going to draw them all out of there. Shall we go in?
1 second.
I would like to put one of my lightning bolts on the end of the stick.
Lightning
Okay, now
bolt?
we can go down.
Stick.
Before we do, perhaps we should try to make a better entrance for ourselves. These tunnels are interconnected. Would be a lot easier if we just make a different one for ourselves and enter that way.
Yeah, Avanya.
Can I have a garden shovel in my tool? No, I chucked my toolbox.
You
I don't have
checked
it
your
anymore. Never mind.
toolbox.
No mind. I'd like to start digging with my bare hands.
And Shackle says, "Oh, you needn't not. You needn't not. I think not. That's what the elder said,
Energy brigade.
or implied at least."
So make our own entrance.
He looks to Vitas, kind of pleading. That can't have been. Is that what you meant?
Well, perhaps I can aid in some ways, yes. As Vitus takes out his orboculum and peers into the crystal orb. I see a sudden sinkhole forming, where Avanya started digging, because that kind of makes sense to me.
Now, could you briefly iterate the wording on the orboculum?
Yes. So the orboculum is the traditional crystal ball that wizards use to peer into the future. And you can use it to pitch an event that is soon to happen. If accepted by the conduit, the user will sustain intense, unavoidable magical damage, scaling in deadliness with how beneficial the pitch is.
And to reiterate, your pitch was...
A sudden sinkhole forming underneath Avanya. Presumably in a location which is at least somewhat close to the two we are looking for.
And as Vitas looks into the crystal ball, those looking at him, I don't know if Avanya is counted among them in this case, would see a sudden kind of like tension in his face, and would see a strange kind of like sagging of his skin, and Vitas goes blind.
Oh god.
But I accept the pitch. Additionally, you would those who can see would see that the sun is starting to fade as Winds of Change is slowly beginning to dissipate, though the rain is still falling. And it is still a heavy kind of thunder and lightning style summer storm. Karanis, follow-ups from you.
Yeah. So there's another door coming up under Avanya. Is that what's happening?
Well, in this case, all that
Sorry.
Vichas said was that he thinks that he can help with something. He looks into his crystal ball. He goes fucking blind and then doesn't explain anything.
Refuses to elaborate. So is this hurtful to me, or do I just go blind and like?
Honestly,
yeah,
it's like one of the less unpleasant orboculum downsides that he has probably incurred.
Another Saturday for Vitus, perfectly
Yeah,
fine.
exactly.
Okay.
So in that case, Karanis isn't intelligent, so he has no idea what's going on. He's going to be more focused on keeping his eyes on the pack, waiting for them to come.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna drop off of Phanex and reach his gauntlet that doesn't have a weapon right now, and into the ground and pull up enough dirt to make about a foot and a half on it.
Yep. And as you are doing so, looking out into the woods, you can see them there, moving and cackling to each other as the light is fading. And you would hear a like kind of quiet hiss of breath from Sheila as she says, "My man? Elder? What's gone amiss with your eyes?"
Oh well. Yes. Curious little thing has its other unforeseen effects, I'm afraid.
Oh, goodness gracious. You hear her kind of grunt as she dismounts and like kind of limps over to you and like helps you to your feet. Here, I'll guide you. Actually, Girly, could you... And you would feel Girly's like head kind of like right under yours, her bill kind of pressed up against your shoulder as she is clearly concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Girly, he's taking good care of you, has he? Just take good care of him back, all right? He needs you now.
So,
And you would feel Girly kind of prompting you to climb onto her back again.
Vitus does. So. Thank you. And just like pats it lightly on it. on its
Yep.
head.
And
I was
yeah,
I was thinking, whomever goes down there, currently not very much feeling up to it, but perhaps you should consider starting a fire down in the tunnels. I suspect they will be interconnected, and a fire in there could spread quite rapidly and save you a lot of trouble.
And as you say that, Shackle says, "Then it shall be I, much though I loathe leaving wounded behind." He says, "I and perhaps our fair lady knight," as he presumably gestures over towards Avanya. As he does, however, Avanya, the ground under you falls out from under you and you fall into a hole. Should she yelp or she make no noise? And Shackle goes, "Oh goodness," and he goes rushing over. And
Am I broken? Am I dead?
no, you have landed in a relatively soft dirt pile. And the tunnel that you have come into, it's tricky because it's actually quite big. Like, you can, especially if you crouch, you can totally stand in it. It's rather wide, but it also winds and twists wildly. Like, nothing here is flat. It like curves up and then bends down and arcs all over the place, and it's absolutely coated in that like dry silly string stuff. Shackle leaps into the hole next to you with his axe out, looking wildly around him for threats. What would you do?
Earlier out of the toolbox, I took a lighter.
Yep.
Is that still in my pocket?
You know what? Sure, you have 2+ to look.
Great. Okay. Do I do it now? Is everything fire now?
He says, "I wouldn't dare, not until we find our companions. Otherwise, they may be torched by the fire before we can reach them."
That's okay. We find people. Do I just yell? What they respond?
Yeah, maybe not to yell. He says, "Listen,
Okay.
you have no doubt the utmost of courage to approach." Oh, phase, carry on. You have the exciting thing.
Oh, we're good. No,
brought
the
food.
exciting thing was Ray bringing me food.
Nice, I guess. Yeah. And he would say, "You have no doubt the utmost of courage to plunge so fearlessly into so horrid a place, and yet..."
This was not intentional. I mean, maybe would have done it, but I just fell.
I see. He says, "Well, if that is the case, can your fine steed join us?"
The hole big enough?
Maybe. Do you want to try?
Maybe.
Baby kind of like falls in, like plugs the hole for a second, and then kind of like sinks through and just goes like and clunks into place.
Hey, baby. How much of the space does he take up?
All of it.
Oh, great. Baby, you go this way and we'll follow you, and then you'll kill anything that we come across.
As Baby goes rolling up the hallway, you hear Shackle say, "Ingenious." And as you are falling, Baby kind of squeezes its way up through the winding, tight quarters. You hear the occasional like
great.
crunching of like old
Oh,
bones.
wait,
being
baby, baby,
cracked.
baby. If you see people, don't move. Because we don't want to crush the people. Just crush the doggy spiders, okay?
And
Okay.
off he goes. Like sometimes he like will round out the tunnel where he passes because he literally is pushing it as he's going. And you occasionally would splash through little puddles of water. You would also hear the frequent yipping and snarling of the spider hyenas up ahead, clearly running away from Baby as he barrels his way down. Slightly barrels, rather. But that being said, Vitas and Karanis above, as Baby drops down the hall, plugging it for a moment, then popping out of sight, this would be when Vitas' winds of change would end, and the false sun would be extinguished. Rain still falls, and yet you hear the pack beginning to yowl and chatter to each other.
Despite being blind, do I feel that? I'm assuming I
Oh
do,
yes,
right?
you would absolutely feel it. You would feel the warmth go away.
Well, you go in. I will manage up here.
Sheila says, "I shall
Are you sure?
not leave you behind." Unacceptable.
I do still have a few more tricks.
Enough tricks to face down all of them?
Of course.
She
He
looks-
says without like that being even a thing that can be questioned casually.
She looks over to Karanis, looking very dubious.
Is this V2 rules for shield wall?
I'll give you V2, sure.
Low cooldown? Do you think would it be off cooldown?
It's up.
It's up. Cool. Well, I can assist a bit. Stamp my foot, flick around, create another circle shield wall around this area.
Yep.
Hopefully keep the pack out.
Especially penning off the hole, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as you do so, Sheila looks about and says, "Now that's a magic I could get behind. Here then, into the breach."
Let's do it.
And she says, "And, Elder," she puts a hand on Vitus's shoulder, "even if you are so crazy as to do what you're planning, make sure Girlie's safe, all right? Won't you?"
Of course. You have my word.
"Thank you, sir." And she slithers down into the hole. Now, for Phoenix, this is a bit of a drop.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave Phoenix up here. Yeah. Just be on the safe side. Keep watch over him. Help him out.
And as Karanis drops in, Sheila says, "Well, I wonder what direction they went," looking at the imperfectly round one tunnel and the very much not perfectly round other tunnel. She says, "I'm loath to split up, but our enemies can only attack us from one direction down here."
It's true. Well, I think it's got to be the makeshift one, huh?
She says, "I think so." Are you going to move along the spherical tunnel, the rounded tunnel, or do you want to go through the raw tunnel?
Oh, it's the rounded tunnel there. Yeah. Well. Yeah.
And as you and Sheila move along, she brings you up onto the back of her mount. Tallow is very well suited to traveling underground at speed, being a snake. And given how low to the ground he is, he can actually move quite quickly. And the two of you can kind of lay a little recumbent on her saddle, such that you don't like ding your head. But even then, you don't even particularly need to risk whacking your head, because Baby pushed up the ceiling in many places as he passed by. It's a big sphere. And Vitas, up on the surface, you don't see them, of course, but you hear them chattering to each other as they start to make their way down into the valley, cackling to each other, calling to each other, preparing and readying. You can hear the coordinated intensity. You can feel the intense readiness they have to drive invaders from their territory, because now it's personal, now it's dangerous. You're threatening their homes. And they are starting to not only encircle the shield wall, but you hear many of them are going to other trap doors to go down into the interconnected maze. What do you want to do? You can feel Girly nervous, very nervous underneath you. And you can hear the stomps of Karanis' horse also nearby.
I am right here, beast. A defenseless prey. He just goes out to the others that are. I know that they are trying to go underground, right?
Yep.
Sure.
Absolutely.
I attract as much attention as I possibly can with
Vitality
2 pluses to
stat?
vitality. 2 pluses.
Nice. Carry on.
Okay. Would my eye in the sky be circling around?
Yes.
My eyes are perpetually closed.
That's true.
Do I see through the eye in the sky?
Yep, I will give you that, though
Okay.
it will not be permanent.
I am assuming that they are probably going to be approaching in sort of like encirclement, right?
Yep, they're going for an encirclement, though even though you did call for many and you did get some attention, there are still plenty that are going off to the wings to like go into other trapdoors to get down into their warren.
Okay. I speak to the mount. Do you think you would be capable of flying towards a safer destination for a while?
And she doesn't even hesitate. You feel her spread her wings.
Yeah, she just spreads the wings, right?
Yep.
Oh no, you fly alone. I'm going to stay here.
And you feel her kind of buck at this idea. She doesn't like it at all.
And you can take a vantage point and watch over me.
Very
Right.
cautiously, you feel her kind of trot over to Karanis' horse Phaenix. And you hear for a moment, they don't talk, right? But they clearly are exchanging something regarding information with each other.
Sorry.
I didn't realize, is the horse close to me?
Yes, at this point, very close to you.
God.
And then you feel her kneel and her wing go down to let you off.
Thank you.
You hear her trot, her wings beat, and she takes to the sky. You hear a sudden cackle go up from the encircling hyenas as she does so.
Okay. Do I think the horse would be able to make it through the encirclement if I were to make it charge full speed ahead?
Just at a guess, probably. Because they were clearly being attacked by them and got out.
Okay. I'll try to whisper to the horse as well. Sort of like faintly, trying to calm the horse down, stroking his mane. Now, you run ahead as well. I will channel some destructive magics. It's not going to be safe here.
Again, reluctant. Very reluctant. For this horse, it's a matter of honor.
Well, why don't you charge through the fray then, and continue on?
You hear it trot away, take a few paces back. And then its trot builds into a gallop as the shield wall parts for it, and you hear another bound of cackles come up as it slams through, and you hear screaming and yelling from them as it breaks their lines. Though, you would hear that the horse does not gallop out of earshot. It just goes into a big circle.
Okay. I hope the horse doesn't die. Regardless. Clutching onto the graven staff. I'd like to sort of like grab it so hard that I probably even break through the flesh on my injured hand with, all the burns and such.
Yep.
Just grip onto it very strongly. I'll make it seem like an old man struggling to stand up, and honestly, maybe that is at this point anyways. Right.
Will
quite
you
exhausted,
exit
I'd
the
assume.
shield wall?
No, I'm staying there.
Yep.
The horse is beyond the shield wall, though,
Yes,
I'm
it
assuming.
is.
Right. Yeah. And I'd like to activate Mimi's Burner.
Excellent. You have incurred a lot of injury recently.
Yes. Question. What is it they fear the most?
And that is an excellent question, and fortunately has a relatively easy answer. So I've been describing these as spider hyenas, and hyenas are matriarchal. They have an alpha female, and her being killed would put the entire pack into anarchy.
Do I know which one that would be?
What I will give you off of the Mimisbrunner is that the alpha female would be in their domain. Like, she would be down in the catacombs with her brood.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Activating Great and Terrible. Vitus grits his teeth to bear through the pain, and as soon as he can pull out at full volume, using the Graven staff, he's going to shout down and use the feathered head to make it sort of like make his way echo through the tunnels and like going up.
Yeah.
They have a leader. Destroy her, and the rest will flee.
And as his voice booms out, how is he going to lead into the great and terrible?
And well, what's the situation like?
From what he can hear, the shield wall that he is around is completely surrounded, with the only breaks in it being when the horse charges past and tries to break their ranks again. Doing as asked and not staying within the shield wall, but not fleeing. You can also hear that they are still calling to each other and signaling to each other and are clearly going deeper in. Many of them probably have gone underground at this point, but you are completely surrounded outside of the shield wall, though they cannot seem to pass it.
Can I get a moment to think about some wording?
Of course. In that case, back down below, Karanis and Sheila would catch up with Avanya and Shackle pretty quickly, given that they can slither much faster than Baby can roll. As they catch up with Avanya's wave, Sheila would say, "This is quite productive. You should open up a remodeling business. I'd hire you."
Oh, that's very kind, but I have no interest.
And she says, "It's a noble profession. Maybe you'll find some interest someday." And she kind of like pats Avanya on the arm. And as she kind of looks around, frowning again, she says, "What are you thinking, Shackle?" And Shackle says, "No idea. No idea at all. Just hoping that this great metal farer leads us somewhere productive. And hoping Flit gets back to me soon. I don't know where he is." And as he is...
Is there enough of a hole in between Baby and the wall that a moth could get through it?
No.
Hold up 1 second. Let me just your moth might be stuck on the other side of Baby.
Oh. How do we get around then? He like...
Hold up 1 second.
Can I do a thunderclap kick into the wall to like push a hole through?
Oh, that's kind of cool. I will say doing a thunderclap in a very contained area has risk of blowing out everyone's eardrums.
Can all of you like stand over there and then cover your ears because it's going to be loud?
And
Yeah.
Sheila looks to Karanis.
I would like to use 2 arms to give everybody like a heavy leather
Ear protection?
cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, myself, I've got a helm, but yeah.
Yep. And as you activate and people move back up the tunnel, hands cover ears, and Sheila wraps her arms around her mount's head to protect his ears. Avanya, describe.
She's just gonna go, yeah, and kick the wall and try to make like not like a huge opening, but like enough.
Yeah. And as she kicks the wall, this would actually like knock Avanya back into the far dirt wall. It's not like a painful one. It's more like just like a one. And Avanya's own ears would be wildly ringing.
I didn't get one?
Oh, you did get one, but you weren't covering your ears. So it didn't blow out your eardrums, but it would still have like absolutely
That's
like
fine.
sent your ears ringing for a moment. Karanis, do you want to like polish off the rest of the opening with your earth shapers?
Most definitely, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was anticipating. And as Karanis finishes off what Avanya started, Shackle would like push his way through, say, "Ha! There you are!" And he would pull the little moth back through. And say, "And what do you have for me?" And as he kind of like holds the moth and places him back on his head, he pauses, frowns, and says, "Severe danger. They are held in captivity in a chamber up ahead. There are many of them there, including many of their young. And I fear that they may be set upon if we approach aggressively.
No, why would I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I didn't know you had stone foot. Fuck. I want to.
Of note, you would then hear Vitas' voice echoing down the hallway. They have a leader. If you kill her, the others will flee.
If you guys give me like 10 minutes, I'm gonna go stand over there so I can do my clappy thing again. She's just gonna go in the corner.
And Shackle would, like, gently grab her hand and say, I fear we do not have 10 minutes or even 2.
That's sad. They don't like worms.
I don't have any particular reason to believe why or why not. Maybe they do.
No, I do know. I know for a fact they don't like worms. I tried to give them one and then he bit me.
Oh, a tragedy. Where was your mind leading with the
I
war?
want them because if we are friends, then they will not bite us.
Sheila says, I think our chance to offer friendship to them passed a little while ago.
Maybe they don't know. Maybe the ones out here don't know.
From the way that they talk
If,
to each other, I am guessing they would have passed on the news.
If the 3 of you focus on rescuing the 2 of them, I can gather their attention.
And Sheila says, that would be unbelievably risky. There are so many of them, and this is their domain.
They don't like fire, though, right?
Hand him a lighter.
And Sheila says, no, they certainly don't like fire. None of the wildfarers of the Outer Threshold do. That's why we've been lighting fires so diligently at night. I wondered, actually, why they would have taken us if there was a fire. We had a fire in our camp. You saw it.
It's cause your bad guys yelled at them and then they ran over.
Excuse me?
Does she have the cloth on her? Cause she
She
picked it up
does. It's
earlier.
in her belt loop.
Yeah, she's just gonna grab it and go, these guys.
They yelled?
They yelled at the monsters so the monsters would go and attack you.
They drove them to attack us, is what you're saying.
Yeah. You can have this back now.
Those southerly cur.
I don't know if that's a swear.
And Shackle would put his hands over your ears delicately as Sheila follows up with a couple more colorful swears. And as Shackle removes his hands, he says, if you do not mind, my good dame, gesturing to Avanya, I think it best if we got in front of your farer. It will be very difficult for us to in any way affect any sort of rescue if we must move behind him, and his presence may rile them up to kill the hostages.
Can we get through the hole?
Yeah, you can get through the hole.
Okay, we can just go around.
And with this little hole enabling you to go around, first goes Shackle, then goes Sheila and her snake, then presumably Avanya, then presumably Karanis. And on the other side, while the ceiling is low, like I said, you can move. It's just like maybe a slight crouch for Karanis, because he's pretty tall.
Baby, can you go back so that when we need to run out, it's easy?
As Baby rolls away. And Shackle, you see him kind of like squinching up his eyes. He says, fire, right, fire. And he says to Karanis, what is that? Pointing to the lighter that Avanya gave him.
Like, Karanis really doesn't quite know, but he's been playing with it.
Give it back to me. I can do it. It's very fun. Give it to me. I'm being quiet. Okay, thank you. She's gonna flick it.
Flickety, flick. And Shackle says, right. Can you, please, I promise I wouldn't do this
Giga.
in I thank you. And he clicks the lighter and holds it up to his moth, who catches a flame.
He's going to die!
I don't think he will. Go. And Flit, on fire, flies off down the hallway.
Yes.
He just killed his baby!
Shackle is smiling, and Karanis would see the pride in his face. We've been practicing. There's such great magical potential unlocked when you bond with a farer, and I've never realized mine. And
Kill him!
Shackle says, if I did, my dame, then I would be dead myself. Come, let us follow him, and you will see with your own eyes what great power he has.
He,
Come.
Brandis follows along.
He loops his arm through Avanya and hurries her down the passageway.
Sure. Sure.
While she is horrified.
It's your baby.
And as you guys are going along in front, you can see the firelight up ahead, just like around every bend and corner. Obviously, you oftentimes will have to slide on your butt or climb up on your hands and knees or wedge your way through uncomfortable little nooks. And then, up ahead, and not to mention go past many forks, and yet the moth still leads you true. Up ahead, suddenly the wall kind of pops open, and Revnus spills out, grappling fiercely with one of the young ones.
How the hell did you do that?
And as Revnus proudly presents you with another dead one and sets it down.
Thank you.
He looks pleased with himself and looks to Karanis, looking superior.
I give him a pet and say, "You're killing it, bud."
And as he kind of falls into step alongside you, Flit, still on fire, flutters drunkenly back up the passageway. You can hear that there is the sound of chattering and yelping up ahead of him. Good fellow. Go in. Keep their eyes on you. And he looks to Karanis. If you truly mean to take their attention while we try to enact the rescue, I find that unbearably noble, and don't wish for you to go it alone.
I don't know if you need to risk your life for this.
He puts his axe across his shoulder and says, I wish to.
All right. Well, I won't deny some assistance.
Yes, Avanya.
Avanya's gonna. I'm sorry, Connor. I forget your character's name. You literally just said it.
Karanis.
Oh, Kadrien.
Karanis. I'm gonna turn to Karanis and just hand him the dead little guy and go, light him on fire. They'll get angry.
And Shackle says, brilliant! And he actually would take the lighter that Avanya gave him and click it. And
Nice.
as he does so, he says, are you ready? Into the breach? To Karanis.
Let's do this.
Keep yourself safe, Xela, my dame. He gives a little bow to Avanya, lights the dead creature on fire in Karanis' hands, and goes barreling off with his axe. Will Karanis follow suit?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Avanya, as they go rushing off, Xela says, no fair, they get to risk their lives today. I wanted to.
I mean, we're still going to. We're going to go in their lair and try to pick up.
Let me give them their moment so they feel special.
Oh, are they overhearing us? Oh no, we don't get to die. I'm so sad.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, come. And as the two of you hurry along behind them, Karanis and Shackle would erupt into a large chamber. The ceiling is not high, but it's higher than you've seen. And it is swarming with the children ones, the little baby ones. In the center of the room, there is another of their kind. She's big, like quite big. Most notably being her kind of swollen, like, upper abdomen area. And you can see that she is kind of like clustered off in the side with like a bunch of them flanking around her, all snarling at the flaming moth flapping around in the center of the room. But more notably, you can see that literally like tucked into walls, you can see that there are these big pockets that like similar to their trapdoors. And you can see that literally people's heads are sticking out of these pockets as they have been completely covered with earth cemented with their drool. And also, I should note, there's more than two. There's like 5 people in here. And as you come bursting into the room, Shackle... oh, you go first, pardon.
Oh, I was just saying, are we able to see which ones are which ones are the ones we're looking for? Or can we decipher their faces?
Given that you guys are the distraction committee, unless you want to take the time to identify them, it's not obvious just by looking.
Yeah, Karanis is ready for battle, that's right.
So what would he do?
Yeah, so scare things off cooldown at this point?
Yes, it is.
Alright. Slamming against the breastplate. Let's go. I'm the one you want.
And Shackle would give off like an almost frenetic battle cry. Come at us! Come at us then, or is fire too much for you? He takes the lighter and sets his own hair on fire as well. Come then! And as he swings his axe wildly about in the air, screaming and roaring at them, you can see that many of their, like, the spawnlings go, like, crawling back towards the queen of the group. You can see that her, like, guardians are kind of pulling back around her as well, all snarling and spewing onto the floor their strange hardening saliva. Flit the moth is continuing to kind of flap around and overhead. Sometimes he'll get close enough, they'll, like, take, like, a bite towards him. But they're not going to bite fire, so they stay a little ways away. And eventually, he lands on the head of the alpha female, and then takes off again, leaving her hair burning slightly. And she gives an furious yelp, and spurns her troops to actually rush for Karanis and Shackle. Karanis holding the burning spawn. What does he want to do?
Sorry, one sec. My phone is being moved.
Oh, no problem. Here, in that case, I'll give you the moment. Are you back? Are you good?
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Sorry.
Actions you'd like to take as you're being charged.
Yeah, so readying up my shield, readying up my pata, I'm gonna intend to pierce as soon as it gets into range.
Yep, absolutely. And these are some of like the normal sized adults. The queen herself is not rushing. And as they are charging towards you and Shackle is swinging his axe about, Avanya, you are just behind them with Sheila. They've gone a little ways into the room and are like crowding the spider hyenas away, leaving the wall with the 5-6 hostages like relatively unguarded for the moment. What would you like to do as you and Sheila enter into this main chamber, lit by firelight?
Is darkness a type of weather? Like shadow? Like gloomy?
With the right energy work, I will give it to you.
Alright, here's what I'm hoping. Is Avanya's gonna sing a little stealthy, sneaky song, and then hopefully we'll be in the dark, and it'll be harder for them to see us.
Do you have the stealthy, sneaky song, or do you need time to think about it?
No, I know that Avanya doesn't think about her songs.
Nice.
This is good.
We are going to sneak in the dark, and they will not find us. And we are being quiet, and the ground can't tell that we're walking on it, and they cannot tell that we're in the room. And we're gonna find the people, and it's not gonna break, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna get out and not die. Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Sheila would chime in as best she can, though she has trouble
Yeah.
keeping up with the verses. And as the two of you go slinking along the walls, Sheila would, reaching the first of the hostages, kind of look up, and like her snake Tala would like lift up a little higher so she could see the person's face. She says, "That's not one of mine."
Avania's gonna point to the or she's still thinking.
Is it one of the people who are bad? No, sneaky.
I would say so. They probably are if they're here.
Okay, they can die. Let's keep going.
All right. Are you sure that sounds somewhat dishonorable and awful and vile?
I don't know. What do you think?
I'm very uncomfortable with the concept, but I don't really have the facilities to enact my wishes at the moment, so I say we
Okay,
skip
and we're
it.
being sneaky. Don't forget
Yes,
the
yes,
sneaky
yes.
dark sneak.
And as these two are singing their way along the far wall, upstairs, Vita's time. Tell me about it.
Okay. First of all, is Winds of Change of cooldown?
Remind me, does it have a low or a mid cooldown?
Mid, most likely.
I'm pretty sure it's mid.
Cooldown mid, yes.
Okay. I'd say Winds of Change is not yet off of cooldown.
Phew. That is sad. Well then, the hyenas are encircling me, right?
Yep.
How far away are they from the shield wall?
They are pretty much hugging up against the shield wall.
Okay.
Like you can
Vitus,
hear them at times scraping or tapping against the shield wall to test it.
I'd like to do sort of an energy work.
Yeah.
And activate Great and Terrible, not through like actual wrath, but through sort of like sadness and resignation.
Yeah.
Because Vitus is internally highly conflicted, not about just about breaking into their den, but also about like killing those creatures which presumably not done anything which they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
Vitus doesn't really see them as a force of evil, as he wouldn't see any creature like that. So, for the last time, clutching onto his staff, barely holding on, he calls out, "Go find a new place to call home! You will find such a place, but you will not be granted second chance at life."
And what is going to be his great and terrible force of nature? What is he producing?
A hurricane, but like not a highly like destructive one with like lightning or anything, but like a somber one, just like winds and deafening, like deafening winds, if that makes sense.
And as the winds start to pick up around him, what is going to be his? Because obviously, Great and Terrible is technically an altered state. What is going to be his version of that altered state in this time? Because he's activated it through sad resignation.
Complete resignation. I think he's willing to let himself be torn to shreds by the elements.
So literally just standing there on his staff, feeling sad.
Yes. Well, not necessarily sad. He knows what he's doing. He feels
of
very
course.
internally conflicted about it.
Yeah, naturally. Pardon me. Thank you.
He very much is aware that he is summoning this, and he doesn't feel great about it.
And as the winds begin to come and begin to whip around, and the rain that was conjured by Ivania is still pouring, he would feel the wind initially buffet, then discomfort, then begin to kind of tear into him. Not viciously, but enough so that he can feel that kind of awful cold feeling, like when you're in really cold wind, it's like a cold knife going across you. It's the wind is cutting through him, so to speak, as he is feeling the cold rattle himself down to his core. That said, the wind is so loud he can no longer hear the yelping of the hyenas.
That being said, can the wind carry my voice?
I think so. What will you say? I think it will depend on what you say.
Leave now and take your young ones, or lose everything for no purpose.
And back down below, as Karanis skewers the first one that leaps at him, though it would drive him back a couple of paces with the sheer weight of its charge, he notices that they are no longer like being like touch and go. They are throwing themselves at you guys in desperation.
Gotcha. Yeah. Continuing to slash, taking the blows.
Are you trying to advance in the room, or are you just trying to hold position?
Just holding position. Yeah.
And as you do so, you see that Shackle is advancing. He is hacking his way through, even though at least 2 or 3 of like the smaller ones especially have like gotten onto his legs and are ripping at him. You can see that his burning moth has returned to his hand, and he perches it atop his axe. And you can see the moth cling to the axe, and its wings mimic the axe blade in their size and shape. And he swings his axe with the moth almost as part of it, with the fire warding more than blade cutting. He continues to roar and scream towards the alpha female, towards the center of the room. I approach you now! I approach you as your end. If you value your miserable skin, then you will flee from me. You will flee from us. That said, as he is doing this, you can see that one of the young ones has actually climbed his back and has bitten into his side.
How far is he from me?
At this point, about 4 big strides.
Okay. I'm gonna leap, not really leap, but lunge forward and punch that one with my shield arm.
Yep, try to just like get it off.
Yeah, get it off. I'm not trying to punch him in the back specifically, but just trying to like get off.
Their awful vice grips mean that it takes a piece of him away with it. Its jaws are too strong. And so it rips a section of his, like a piece of his back off with it, like enough to go down to his rib. And as he roars and like brandishes his fiery axe around him and kind of spins it around in like a flourish, you can see that his head, which is still like his hair, which is still on fire, suddenly flares wildly, and the fire spreads to his beard, meaning that his entire head is encased in fire.
Is his flesh burning, or is
No,
he using it
is
magically?
not.
Is 2 arms off cooldown?
It is.
It is. I'd like to, I'd like to say, you need to be more guarded and give him most of a full plate, except the helm.
Yep.
Or well, not like the plate armor yet.
And as Karanis says this, he, for the first time, would feel their teeth enter that exposed calf of his from earlier, as one of their young bites into the back of his left leg. And man, they have hyena jaws. They, even with quad plus to resilience, they get through the skin and almost to the bone, just with one bite.
Woo. It's out a heavy yell, and he's got to continue slashing. He's going to try to stomp that one at the same time.
Yep.
I mean, he's going to lose a little bit of balance, but...
And as he does so, the 2 of you wading towards the alpha female would see her suddenly turn, look, and give a deep... as she backs away and starts to flee. And the spawnlings start to follow her. Her foot soldiers bring up the rear, though only 2 still stand after the rest have been hacked and bloodied. But as she is doing so, Shackle would, with his burning axe, slam it against the ground at the nesting material that they have. All of the wood and like pine needles and things that they brought in to make a comfy bed. And that goes up immediately. You can see him panting and heaving as the fire on his head starts to dissipate. It has burned away all of the hair on his head, including his eyebrows, but has left his skin untouched.
Man, you are brave. I commend you for you.
He staggers down to a knee as you can see that Flit the moth also douses. And just, he's completely intact, except you know like how moths have all those little like fluffy filaments all over them? All of those are gone. But the rest of the moth is intact. And just like a little wisp of like a curl of smoke rises off from him. Shackle just pants on the ground.
I'd like to, kind of like put his arm over my shoulder and kind of prop him up, help him walk.
And as you do
Come
so,
on,
you
we'll
actually
get you
feel
outta
him
here.
kind of collapse under your weight. He says, inner thigh. Inner thigh.
Your inner thigh is wounded?
He just grunts by way of response. And you can see the blood pooling so substantially on his right leg that it's visible on the ground.
I'd like to try to stop the bleeding if I can with rallying. Or not rallying. Is that what that? Yeah, rallying,
and
right?
V2, but it's the same
Yeah.
mechanic. Here, I'm going to give you a moment to choose
Fair.
your words, because this is going to need to be a pretty impactful one, because your vitality is 1 or 2. Which one?
2, I believe. Let me double check.
Yeah, that's going to be
It
important.
is
but-
2.
2, awesome. Definitely think about the words you're going to use here. I'm going to jump back over to Avanya. Reason being is that as you and Sheila make your way along the far wall, she says, there she is, there she is, there she is. Oh, Ethel, honey, are you okay? And you can see that the smallest of the cocoons that's kind of been built into the wall, you can see that the face that's looking out of it is small and pale and peaky. And like everything from like only like kind of an egg of her face is visible, just enough so that she can breathe functionally. And even her eyes have been almost like glued shut by their saliva. Ethel, honey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? And you can see that Ethel kind of like, and you can see that her mouth has been kind of glued shut as well.
Okay. Cool.
Only thing that hasn't been is her nose. And you can hear her through it. Okay, good. She takes her spear and starts trying to like carve out the like area around, but it's kind of cement-like. It seems like they mix their saliva with the earth, and it makes it very tough to crack.
They're like a rock.
It's mostly dirt under here. There's not a lot of rocks.
Oh gosh, I have no idea. The only thing I got on me is like lightning bolts, and I'm not sure. Although if I didn't activate them, that's a crystal. It's gonna be like basically a rock if I don't.
That's true, but
Activate
if
it.
her spear isn't able to do all that much, this won't either. That said, there is one other thing. You remember that these guys hate water, right? And they do live in a
Could
very
be 'cause of
dry
that.
environment.
Okay, there's puddles on the ground, right?
Your rain has started to puddle in this area, yeah.
Okay, great. Can I take a scoop and see what happens if I just like?
Sure. Where do you want to put it on her? Like face area or something?
No, on the cement, like the shoulder, maybe.
And as you splat it on, kind of like paper mache, it almost immediately begins to kind of crumble and dissolve. Not like massively, but enough that like Sheila gets her fingers in and can start trying to pop out Ethel's shoulder.
Okay, great. I'm just gonna like start like splashing it up, or not splash. No, that's gonna make too much noise. That's gonna make too much noise up on your nose. It's gonna be quiet.
Very
Gonna
good.
very gently like to pick it up, trying to do it quickly, but not splash.
You free her face and then her mouth. First thing she says, Sheila, I'm so happy to see you. And she says, you can't see me yet. I haven't freed your eyes. Shush. And then the rest of her head and her eyes and her ears, which were also gummed up. And then the rest of her, as Sheila pulls her out, kind of like pulling someone out of quicksand, you know? There you go. She just kind of drapes Ethel over her shoulder. Ethel is quite a small person, and Sheila's quite strong. And so she just kind of holds her for a second and says, now get on Tallow. Get on Tallow. We're going to help Falstaff. All right, there he is. Oh, he looks so strange without his hair.
Water, 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 water.
And as you splash water and free Falstaff up, Sheila. Yep. Is that fool alive? Yep, she's alive. And so are you. Where's Girly? She's outside, safe, with a blind old wizard. Don't play games with me. I'm not playing games, I'm telling the truth.
I'd like to play games later. Right now, you need to be calm.
Who's that? Shh. No suspicion right now, Falstaff. Just pretend it's a dream. Okay? Just a bad dream. Come on. As you get him, popped out, he's actually able to stand, though you can see that he's kind of staggering and a little weak. He looks around, and as the group of you look around, you would see them pulling away, fleeing the area. And Karanis, leaning over Shackle, what would you do?
Yep. So I'm going to try to put my hand over the wound. I probably have to... I can do some of the armor, right? His armor?
If nothing
Out of
else,
the
you
way.
could just unbuckle a piece of it if you don't want to get rid of all of it.
Yeah. Perfect. I'm going to unbuckle it. I'm going to place my hand over the wound, try to physically stop the bleeding, and then I'm going to look at him and say, hey, you're not falling here. Fought like a noble warrior. These guys need a noble warrior. I'm going to close up this wound. I'm going to help you out of here. You're making it today. You're not dying here.
It's all right if I do.
Hey,
I did my job.
you'd be all right. You did your job, but you've got more work to do.
More work to do.
More work to do.
Did I make you proud, sir?
Oh, very. And you should be proud.
And you can see that the one of the young had almost ripped out that key artery in the inner thigh. But as Karanis touches it and says this to Shackle, he feels the blood clotting and the artery repairing.
Yes.
Shackle says, "Permission to lay down, sir."
Yes. I'll carry you out of here.
Thank you. And amidst the burning nesting materials, you can pick Shackle up. He's a big guy. He's actually pretty short, but he's like a strong guy in armor, but you have 3+ to might. And looking about, you can see Ivania, Sheila, and the 2 hostages have been freed. And Sheila looks over to you, and you can see that her face goes from happy to concerned to terrified to hopeful in a very rapid succession.
Yeah, I don't think you could.
You all right there, Shack? Shackle doesn't respond. He's too tired.
There. I'm gonna pick up Shackle, like a like a bridal carry,
Yeah.
and we're walking out of here.
And Sheila would nod. "Can you walk, Falstaff?" And Falstaff says, "Yes." And she says to Ivania, "Could you ask, Baby is the name of your pharaoh? Baby, could you ask Baby to lead us out, please?"
He already did.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Maybe out of the fire is a good idea, as the burning nesting materials are rapidly approaching you at this point.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Baby, can you come back? Everything's on fire.
Baby comes back and smooshes the fire closest to you to douse it before going back into the hole.
Yeah, thank you, baby.
And as you guys are starting to leave the room, you would hear as Revnus would arrive, holding a familiar-looking dead baby.
Nice.
You can see that its abdomen has popped, and it is badly singed. And he places it in front of Avanya and looks proud of himself again.
You're so good. Look at you, you murder baby. Okay, she picks it up.
And as you make your way back up the hall, the strange internal labyrinth, following the baby grooved track, and make your way back up out of the hole, climbing onto baby to climb your way out, you're immediately greeted by the sight of the crumpled old figure of Vitus on the ground with his hands still around his staff. His clothes have been ripped away to tatters, and you can see that next to him are two mounts. Fanix standing over him on one side and Gurley standing over him on the other side, with her beak the only thing that's holding up his head so he doesn't slump all the way onto the ground. You can feel wind around him, though it is at this point very much subsiding, and the rain that Avanya called in earlier is now falling as just kind of a gentle, even, drizzle. Vitus is completely unconscious, and you can see that he looks awful. Like, his flesh is, tight to his bones. His fingers are white, and he looks almost like just a skeleton holding onto his staff.
Oof.
I'm
And,
gonna go push his button. She's gonna go.
and as she is approaching, all of you would feel your Enclave badges ping. And as Avanya
Nice.
pings out Vitus, who is in fact alive, final actions from Avanya and then Karanis.
Can I fire now?
And Sheila says, fire, oh yes, please, be my guest.
Okay.
Fire away.
My thumb still hurts really bad. And she's gonna go back to the hole,
Yeah.
jump in with her lighter, and then just light everything on fire, and then go, oh no, baby, wait, get me out! I lit it while I was still in there.
And Baby helps you out. Baby himself cannot get out, but he is reasonably fireproof, and you're going to ping out soon.
Okay, we'll see you later, baby. Goodbye. She'll ping out.
And Karanis, final
Oh no,
action-
she's gonna watch it burn for a little bit.
Yeah, I would
and then she'll
imagine.
ping out.
Karanis, final actions from you after presumably setting down the exhausted and wounded Shackle.
Yeah, I'm gonna look to the others, the other seekers, and say, make sure he gets to safety. He fought valiantly.
Falstaff frowns deeply and says, part of... Sheila, you are the leader of the party, and as such I will not infringe upon your judgment, but my heart says he should be sent back. Sheila considers this. Do you think he'd ever forgive you if you did that? She says, I don't think he would. And she looks to Karanis. He'll live, right? From this.
I believe so.
Well. She looks around at the empty warren that you guys have left them with rain coming down. She says, if nothing else, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we're in a safe place, at least for now. Give us a few days to recover. Certainly no shortage of food, she says, with absolutely no trace of humor. Give us a moment. This is still their territory, even if they abandon it. Their smells are everywhere, so us being here for a couple of days gives us some time to recover. And from there, I can make my decision as to whether Shackle will come with us.
Sounds like a grand plan to me.
Well, I don't know if I'd call it grand, but it's serviceable, at the very least.
Serviceable.
And she would put her fist to her chest and she says, for whatever king you serve and whatever country you call home, we salute you and thank you.
Has Vetus already been pinged out?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, he's gonna tap his badge, also saluting. And good luck on your mission.
And on that note, we will end Seekers of the Sun, Chapter 2. Woo! Okay. First of all, questions about the plot of the mission, calls that I made.
Who was the other monster?
Oh.
Excellent question.
Oh.
The other monster, you guys were right. That was one that was prompted by the local enemies to draw attention to the Seekers because it was rivals with the spider hyenas. And so by like sparking a fight between them, the spider hyenas were like, all right, well, there's these fucking things here. And so in for a penny, in for a pound. So they effectively orchestrated a clash between monsters that would heat them up enough to get them past the fire.
Oh. Huh.
And the pursuing the big the tree breaking monster was another potential way to solve the mission, because if you could bait it to attacking the spider hyenas, its hated rivals again, it would be another help as well as a very big distraction.
Oh.
Other questions?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Were the all three other captors the bad guys, or was like one of them like a random guy and we should have saved him?
Those were all from the enemy squad, but there were more than that.
Okay.
Other questions?
Huh. How many spiders did Revnus eat?
Revnus managed to kill about 7 of the juveniles.
Yes. Nice.
Now, I based these creatures off because they're hybrids, of course. I based them off a lot of animals, one of them being naked mole rats. Hence why they had a hive-like quality, and their queen was the only one who spawned, but she spawned a lot. And so they could use their spawnlings as like fodder, so to speak.
Right.
And there were also meerkat elements, because I know Tomasz loves those.
And meerkats are closely related to hyenas, and they also happen to live in matriarchal groups.
Yep,
so.
exactly. So I tied all those things together. Do you guys have any other questions about the plot of the mission or calls that I made?
Did Vitus succeed in chasing away most of them, or did they get storm destroyed?
Absolutely, he chased away most of them. Part of the reason that big one retreated is because word of what was happening above got to her, plus Ivania's baby exploded under her.
Hey, yay!
There was too much shit going on for me to be able to mention it and have it be like something you guys would actually notice. But like that you guys did drive them off, which actually was a much better way of solving the mission, because by scaring them away, it again meant that their territory was still their territory, right? So that the Seekers could like chill there for a little bit before getting like, because obviously you might say, why would you chill there? Well, it's because those guys have been driven off for the moment, and their territory is still marked out, so there's not going to be risk getting jumped by other monsters. So yeah, they'll at least have been gotten a couple of days to just chill. In terms of the specific characters, first of all, Ivania. This was actually something of a different Ivania mission in many ways.
Yeah.
It was a very different vibe for her. It was as funny as always. I felt like she was actually in severe danger on this one in multiple ways. And you did put your intelligence stat together on a couple of occasions. I know it's tough to use, but you definitely you're striking towards it, and I think you're going to get it better and better. It's just kind of hard with how kind of like weird her thought process can be, and I know that's kind of what you're wrangling with. Storm Brewing was exactly what you needed to do. Well done. And I thought that the out of the blue through Baby to dodge an attack was great, because since you were just sitting on top of Baby, the out of the blue had barely any power, so it like barely hurt him. If anything, this mission was like the best you've ever used Baby. That was like the high point.
I love Baby.
It was your mount. It's the mount mission, so of course it would work out. It was great to see. I also really liked her character interactions. I'd say the getting to see her hang out with some of the Seekers was of course fun, but I actually thought that she and Karanis had a fairly interesting dynamic as well. She tends to work well with well-adjusted Thanes.
Thanes can handle a fight.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of which, Karanis, I knew he had to be on a Seekers of the Sun mission, and I'm glad
Yes.
it was this one. Lots of brawling versus very interesting enemies that were scary even for him. As per usual, your fighting was good. Your normal like, ooh, let's kill the leader thing normally would work so well, but on this mission it was actually a lot more of a liability, which was really fun to see.
Yeah, it does make it worse.
But you made great use of Revnus. You made great use of your leadership stuff off of your mantle with the scared and demoralized Seekers. But I'd say best of all was one of the best textbook heartenings I have seen in quite a while. Heartening is a very hard thing to use, but just doing enough that his artery was not going to bleed out within 2 minutes was huge. I thought that was really, really well timed. You knew exactly how to do it and what to go to, and I thought that you played that brilliantly. But overall, Karanis ended up being very much a leader on this mission, which is great to see him like stepping into more and more. How did it feel for you?
Oh, it felt great. Yeah,
Excellent.
I immediately noticed with the first scare things that was like the wrong thing to do. I was like, oh no.
Yeah. And then also the other thing I would say is props to you for making it work in the car. It's just an example of how dynamic Enclave is. That yeah, there was like connectivity problems, but if there hadn't been connectivity problems, I don't think like I would have even noticed that you were in a car. So nice.
Do it from anywhere.
Yep. I hope
Perfect.
it was a good way to spend part of your road trip.
Most definitely.
Marvelous. And lastly, Vitus. Tomasz, I think Vitus is my favorite of your characters.
I think you have said that on the last mission as well.
Yeah, I think it even more now. Not only is he extremely heartfelt, but you have such unbelievable confidence when playing him. Like, every single one of your plays was extraordinarily well done. And, like, you even identified how much of the mission you could solo, and then you're like, and I can't do that. So that was exactly, like, perfectly played. Yeah, your Orboculum was really cool. Obviously, it was a very risky one, but it ended up lending itself so well to the Mimis Brunner and then into the Great and Terrible that you used after that. I think that that Great and Terrible was unbelievably beautifully done. It was not only like really meaningful and intense, but it really let me justify a lot of the other things that were going on behind the scenes to like drive these things off, and it was just very poetic. I also think that of all of the character interactions, like getting to see Karanis work with Shaggle was fantastic, and getting to see Ivania play around with some of the series was fantastic. I think that Vitus and Gurley had like the best character dynamic of any two characters on the whole mission.
It's a bird.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bird. And so that was beautiful. And then you made use of your information gathering stats unfrickin' believably well. The miniature sun was really fantastic too with Winds of Change. Yeah, just unsurprisingly from the creator of the class, you use the Greybeard so effortlessly. It just makes the class feel very strong and while still being entirely fair. I loved it. How did you feel playing him on this one?
I was genuinely sad for Vitus.
Yeah, I was too. I thought it was really, that's part of the thing that I thought was so beautiful about it, is how legitimately meaningful it felt. And I full credit to you for committing all the way to it.
Mechanically speaking, it was the ideal mission for a Greybeard.
Yeah.
You know, practically speaking, I think Vitus is going to have some trouble now.
Yeah, I think so too. I think this was a big definer for him. Because as he said, as he was thinking, these creatures were not evil by any stretch of the imagination. They were protecting their territory and their offspring. And you conveyed that gravity perfectly. And so thank you guys so much for taking the time. Any final thoughts about the mission, each other's characters are similar before we sign off?
That's awesome.
I like your cat.
Both characters are great.
I like your cat. I like your bird. That's great.
Yeah, this mission
All the
had
beasts.
5 companion-style gear pieces for the player characters and another 3 for the non-player characters.
Crazy.
That is
Beautiful.
8 NPC companion-style characters.
Pitch for the mission
Props
name,
to you for
Too Many
managing that.
Creatures.
Too many. Well, we can just call it Seekers of the
Oh,
Sun
nice.
Chapter 2. Though if you want, you can put that as a subtitle. I'm fine with that. Any other final thoughts before we
Nice.
sign off?
I love how
Great
every
mission.
Vitus mission ends up people being concerned for the frail old man on the verge of like doing something stupid.
Turns out.
God. I think also as a final note on Vitus, I believe you used every single Greybeard gear piece and ability you had.
I tend to do that with Vitus, yes.
Yeah, you really made heavy use of the whole thing.
Nice.
Beautifully done. Great showcase of what that class can do. In that case, I say we sign off in the same order we sign on. You can say goodbye in whatever way you see fit. Connor, Tomash, Mary, in that order. Fire away with your sign-offs.
I've been Connor. I've been playing Karanis, and it's a great mission. Take care, you guys.
In the car, no less. And Tomash.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for the game. I hope if any viewers are watching this, you enjoyed it, and go play the Greybeard right now. It's a good class.
Fully agree. And lastly.
I've been Mary May. Play Enclave. Click whatever links are below. And also thank you, Robbie, for pranking me. That was a great prank.
And as always, my name has been Robbie Howell. This has been Seekers of the Sun, Chapter 2. Stay tuned for Chapter 3 sometime later this month. Thank you guys so much for playing. You made this one fantastic, as always. And until next time, ciao for now.